my world. See the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world. See the way I see it. River TV.
River.
Good night, good evening, everybody. Okay, good evening. I know that I am off to a little bit of a later start than expected. I had some technical difficulties. I had to restart my whole system more than one time. Okay, we're not going to talk about it, but we're here now and we're here to have a very important conversation. Make sure you guys like the stream on your way in. And of course, stick around, especially if you want to be a part of this conversation and you also want to share your own perspective. I definitely have a place for everyone who wants to come up, talk about this conversation and all of that as well later on in the stream. So I want to say everyone who came in for the early check-in, hello everyone.
Backbone was originally founded.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Again, don't forget to like the live stream on your way in. Even if you're just passing by, even if you can't stay for the entire stream, make sure you guys hit that like button. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to start off this conversation. Hold on, let me fix this for a second. I wanted to start off this conversation, and let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I don't really know if my audio is working properly or not, but just let me know if you guys hear me okay. I would hate to be sitting here talking and you guys can't hear me for real. But yes, just let me know if you guys can. Just put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me correctly. If you guys can hear me loud and clear, as long as you guys can hear me, then we're good to go. Perfect. Thank you. Somebody said, yes, we can. Perfect. Okay, so first of all, even though, like I said, we're off to a later start, that's not going to stop no show. Okay, we're going to be here and have this conversation. The first thing that I absolutely want to say is I'm having this conversation, and I thought of this conversation, you know, to most of you guys, I am probably like a sister, right? Coming to you guys from that sister perspective. Also coming to you guys from like that mama perspective. You know, I don't have any children, but I'm, you know, I've always been told since I was very, very young that I'm very motherly, and I have that kind of aura about myself. So kind of like a mama bear sticking in and being a part of this conversation with you guys also. And the thing is there's no way to go around the conversation except for going, you know, heads on and going right for it. And the thing is, I think that it would be doing such a disservice for me as a woman who has conversations with men in general on a daily basis, but black men, right? It would be doing me such a disservice to constantly have this conversation or bypass this conversation as if it's something that does not matter or as if it's not in tune with the conversations that we're having on a daily basis, because it is. Okay? Because it is. Now, regardless of the reason why the situation took place with, you know, late rapper Takeoff in the whole entire situation that happened on Halloween, regardless on why that situation took place, I just want to make a couple of disclaimers, right? The first disclaimer being, as a black man, as a man in general, okay, because I have admiration for and respect for men in general, but you know, you see, black men have gone through a very different type of struggle, especially when it comes to their space within the world, right? Being treated as less than even with their own people. Okay, being seen as, you know, being taken away from your counterpart and having your counterpart turned against you. Like, there's a lot of struggle that comes along with that. It's hard being anybody, right? A woman in this world, but a man in this world, but even worse when you're not even considered equal to the other men around you. If y'all catching my drift. Okay? So the thing is that I want to make, like I said, some disclaimers. And the first disclaimer that I want to make is that it doesn't matter um, how many times the black man that you are invited somewhere, it does not mean that you have to go. Not every time that you are expected to show up somewhere, not every time that you're invited out, not every time that, there's an event going on, do you have to be mixy. Sometimes you're better off just saying no. And sometimes that hurts people's feelings. Sometimes that makes people upset, right? Oh, who he think he is? How come he not pulling up? Oh, he boring. He always want to stay in the house. And it's like, at this point, at this day and age, in the era that we're in, like, if you really think about it, if minor children are not in the best spaces to even go to school, that have they've always gone to school. School is supposed to be a safe haven for children. It's supposed to be a place that you just drop them off. Like, if we watch the news over and over again, like, just being anywhere at any time, like, it's a possibility dangerous. But especially when it comes to people who have progressed in certain areas and then are hanging amongst or hanging around certain areas around people who maybe have not.
Watch how coconut oil affects belly fat. Is coconut oil a superfood or unhealthy sludge? The answer is both, depending on how you're using it. See, coconut oil is packed with MCTs that gives you the gut-boosting weight loss benefits of a keto diet without the extreme diet. It's a phenomenal way to help slim down without cutting carbs or anything from your diet. But here's the secret. Coconut oil is okay, but it's not the best way to get your MCTs. Think about it. Why can some people eat nearly anything and not gain a pound, while others gain and lose weight like a yo-yo? Why do some people accumulate fat right around their bellies, while others store it around their butt and thighs? It's all tied to your metabolic type. That's also why some of us who think we're eating and living healthy often still struggle with stubborn extra pounds. Heck, I was one of them. For years, I was 70 pounds overweight, even though I felt like all I ever ate was salad. Now I know I was doing all the wrong things for my metabolic type. And once you know your metabolic type, you can get keto diet slimming power without the restrictive diet. All it takes is adding the right specific fat type to your diet to flip the switch on your body's fat burning power. If you want to find out your type, I've put together a short quiz where you can find out. You don't need to put in your email or anything like that. Just answer a few simple questions and I'll share your results right away. So you'll possess the hidden key to your unique weight management strategy instantly. In fact, once you unlock your metabolic profile, I'll also show you exactly how to tweak one tiny thing about your diet to help you slim down in record time. Just take the quiz to get started.
If you're texting a girl you really like, but she's leaving you on red, waiting hours to reply, or ghosting you whenever you ask her out, then listen up and face this f***ing fact. She's always on her phone. Girls are always on their phones, which means she sees your messages popping up, but she's choosing not to reply. Why? Because you are boring. Your messages don't excite her, they don't stand out, and they don't give her any motivation to meet up with you. How do I know this? Because I know women. I know just how many messages they get each day. I know how most men text them, and I know that 99% of the men texting them are all sending the exact same needy nonsense. Good morning, what are you doing? How was your day? I miss you. I hope you sleep well tonight, and blah, blah. Blah. The problem is, if you don't know the mistakes you're making, you're just going to keep on making them. And no matter how amazing your chemistry might be in person, she'll forget all that in a heartbeat if your texts don't make her feel the exact same way. Texting makes or breaks relationships. That's why you've lost girls in the past, and that's why you will lose this girl too if you do not do something about it and fix this problem before it's too late. It's time to do things differently. It's time to stand out and make her chase you. Yes, you need to send her something she can't resist replying to that resets her feelings for you and turns things around with her tonight. The good news is I can give you that. I can show you how to hit the hard reset button and get her texting back and chasing you tonight. Click the link below and take the 1-minute quiz I've made for you. In that quiz, you will discover what mistakes you're making and exactly what to say next. This quiz works if you haven't been on a date yet, if you've been on 1 date or more, you've kissed her, you've slept with her, she's your ex-girlfriend, or you think you're in the friend zone. Whatever your situation, you'll understand why she's ghosting you and how to turn things around with her before she meets some other guy. Whether she's been ghosting you for hours or ghosting you for days, it doesn't matter. I can show you how to get her texting back and chasing you tonight. Just click the link below and start the quiz. It takes less than a minute. Then you'll get the exact text you need to turn things around with her tonight. You may only have one last shot with this girl, so why not make it count? Stop wasting your time on YouTube's rabbit hole to nowhere and go click the link in this ad. It's the big button that says learn more. Just tap on it and answer 5 simple questions. You'll quickly discover if you still have a chance with her and exactly what to say next. Texting is the key. It's the missing link that's been holding you back from getting the dates and relationships you deserve. So click the link now because this ad is about to end, and go get the exact text you need to turn things around with her tonight. Click that link now and I will see you there.
Progressed as well. As in, sometimes y'all have to say no to going back to the hood. Yeah, that might be the hood that raised you. Yeah, that might be the community that made you who you are. But you see, when you change environments and you're going back to a situation or a place where people still need assistance, no matter how you slice it, it's a possibility that because people are in need, in such dire need of things, that it might not be the best decision for you to make. And again, I'm having this conversation from the sister perspective, from the female perspective, from the woman perspective, mama kind of perspective. Just being real with you guys. It's not always about just jumping in the flow and like, oh, I gotta be seen, I gotta go. No, you don't. You don't. Another disclaimer I want to make. And before I even move on from that, the problem is that sometimes it's a hard, thing for you guys to not go back to the hood or go to the hood because a lot of your family still resonates there and you want to be able to say that I'm still grounded, I'm still good, but it's like at the same particular situation, there's ways that you can assist the neighborhood that you came from without necessarily hanging, flexing, and chilling with the same, in that same space. Another disclaimer that I want to make, okay? Being tough does not always mean reacting violently, okay? It does not mean that. Being tough does not always mean that you have to, express yourself in a certain manner or an aggressive way, or, you have to prove that, like, you can handle all things and, like, beat your chest when somebody else is stepping up. Because, again, we're in an era where it's like, you don't have, who are you trying to, at this space that we're in, it's like, would you rather prove yourself to other people, or would you rather, like...
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I take this little 2-ounce shot
every single day. It is delicious, by the way. One of these is equivalent to 17 cold pressed turmeric shots. So you get a boost of all the stuff that your liver needs. If you got bloating after a meal, you got low energy, your skin's looking a little rough, all these can be signs that your liver maybe is not functioning the way it should be. Because like I said, its job is to filter and break down everything and all those unwanted elements that come into your body. But if you need something, it's not a powder, not a pill. If you're not into all that stuff, Dose is a great option. Throw it in the fridge, has a monthly subscription, so you don't have to think about it. It shows up every single month. And if JoJo doesn't come take this guy, I might double up here.
Take the L in the moment and be like, you know what? It's not even worth it. Because if you crazy enough to act a fool in front of everybody, I don't know what it is that you might do. Sometimes, majority of the time, being tough is de-escalating the situation. Being tough is walking away from the situation. Being tough, I know y'all gonna be like, y'all gonna think I'm crazy, but, you know, sometimes being tough is calling, you know, the popo. Okay? For real. We have so much to offer and so much that, you know, we're doing. There's so many people who are literally leaving families, like legacies, work, necessary things to be done because of, like, I gotta defend, I gotta do this, and it's like, you don't. And I think it's important that you hear that from a woman who is in support of you, from a woman who loves you, because you know why? Sometimes, and this is not going on a rant, but sometimes as women too, like, you know, it's the women who be pushing the man, like, oh, you gotta protect me, like, you better prove your strength, like, you better beat your chest, and you better not let him talk to me like that. And, you know, if a man talks to me crazy, I'm gonna go get my man, and he's gonna show you and put you in your place. And it's like, but if you love our men, then why are you putting him in this space? We have to protect each other. Loving your man or supporting your man is not putting him in this space of danger. And then looking at him like he tripping if he don't do something. Oh, well, if you're not going to handle it, I'm going to handle it myself. Okay. Like, because unfortunately, if the situation is not handled at the moment, you know, between the two of the people, there's a lot of other dangers that can come and not be a benefit to your spouse. A lot of de-escalation tactics that can be used, and at the time somebody come and they don't know who was the one who was at fault, and so then they make the you know, alternative decision. If y'all can read between what I'm saying. You have to think about forever. You have to think about your future. You have to think about your families, your legacies. And we have to see a bigger picture. We have to see a bigger picture. We have to. A lot of these altercations are not even worth it. Majority of them. It's like when you hear what the arguments over, you're like, what? And I have to say another thing, like, a lot of us have to be in a space that we're not afraid of what other people are going to perceive of us or think of us as well. You know why? Because a lot of people go into situations and things happen and they be like, oh, you know, no, like, I want my dogs to say I changed and I don't want people to say I changed. And it's like, and so, and like, sometimes that's necessary. It doesn't mean that you have to move funny with them, but it just means that you have boundaries because you understand how things happen. how the world works. You understand. Inflation is high. Times are tough. Okay? People who have a little money is still complaining about inflation is high and times are tough. What about the people who don't got it? Or don't see the way? And you be coming around like, oh, like, I got it like that, so I'm just gonna come around y'all and, you know, you have to think about the entire picture. Not because somebody cut you off in traffic, you have to go off. And again, I'm saying this from a place of love, for real. Genuinely. This ain't something to prove. This ain't me trying to just, no, this is like a place of love, for real.
Now she is so fun, playful, happy, energetic.
Since switching to the farmer's dog, I noticed that they're starting to actually act like puppies again. She has more energy, her digestion's great, her mood's better, and she's actually excited for every meal.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Most of the time, you have to think of it like this. If somebody in the street and they, again, like I said earlier, jump bad with you, like they're super aggressive towards you, and they're just coming at you in a sense like, just saying some foolishness to you, you're like, what are you talking about? Who are you talking to? What are you talking about? You always have to have that second thought, like, if you're crazy enough to just be jumping bad, not knowing anything about my situation or what it is that I could possibly be doing or whatever, then you might be crazy enough to go the extra mile over something that don't make no sense. So you know what? I'm not even going to feed into this. Like, I'm not even about to go there with you. Because you just might be the one that act the fool. So again, I'm just saying that, it's not just a certain lifestyle. It is, but it's also just about your surrounding as people. Like, your surroundings matter. Again, thinking about the bigger picture matters. Sometimes, again, it's taking the ego out of it and looking at the situation even outside of yourself, like, no. I'm not with that. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to think about that. I'm just trying to chill. Like, I'm not even on that type of time. It's important to have that rhetoric. And again, it's important that not every single time you're invited that you have to go. Because you literally do not have to go every time. You don't gotta always be out. You have to follow that thing that says, I don't really feel like it. Regardless of if you have a strong reason why, if you're just tired, if you just don't really, like, whatever that thing that says, I I don't really know if I want to go follow that. Follow that. And of course, we don't know the entire dynamics of the entire situation. We don't know all of the details, and sometimes there's a lot bigger things at play than even we're aware of. But it's just a point, right? It's a disclaimer because it's 2022. Like, it's crazy out here. Okay? We see the news all the time, and it's just like, what the hell is going on? And there's a saying that prevention is always better than cure. So I'm just asking my brothers to think, not one time, not two times, not even three times, like about 5 times before being reactive to any kind of situation. Because some people are just on the prowl and on the hunt. And you have to be aware of that. So another point that I wanted to get into, and I wanted to talk about these things, and then, I wanted to bring a couple of people up just to share a part of the conversation. Another thing that I wanted to say is that it's so interesting to me that there's so many women, right? And I know the women gonna be mad for me. Like, oh, this is not the time to talk about us. Oh, somehow I knew somebody was gonna always say that it has to be our fault somehow. And that's what she loved to do. She loved to use a conversation to talk about us women. And do. And do. Everything is a teachable moment. Literally everything. The thing is that I've seen so many women in the comment section, right? So many women, Oh my gosh, this is so sad. And this is why you see a lot of the other people who are on the thumbnail, right? So many people that are like, oh my gosh, this is so sad. And this is such a, horrific situation. You see a lot of women that are like, oh, I can't imagine how his family feels and da-da-da-da-da. And like, this is such a horrible situation. And, as we all I keep seeing online, oh, black men deserve to grow old. And you look on women's stories and you see a lot of women, black men deserve to grow old and this and this and that. And they're posting all these things. But y'all be the same ones talking about men ain't this and men ain't that, and we could live without them and we don't need them, and I'll be damned if a man who ain't got no money trying to talk to me, and I bet me, because I would never, and you'll never catch me with one of these brokies. Tell me I'm lying. I've seen a lot of hypocrisy. Again, y'all be online talk about, oh, black men deserve to grow old and they deserve, to be like this and be like that, and this is so crazy, and we have to stick together and all this. And then they
Bed Bath & Beyond's 4th of July sale is here. With summer savings and up to 60% off patio furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Celebrate your freedom to save at the 4th of July sale. Land of the free, home of the deals.
If you need a high-performance portable generator at an unbeatable value, check out Predator Generators from Harbor Freight. Whether for outdoor recreation, the job site, or home backup, we have what you need. Predator, the power to do more for less. Only at Harbor Freight.
before this situation, prior to, they're the same ones. I would never be, because, these men, you'll never see me with them. Not with these dusties, not with these brokies. That's why I purposely name this title, Black Men Deserve to Grow Old, yes, and be loved. And be loved. The same thing occurred when, when it was Nipsey with Lauren, there was a women that were coming together online. And listen, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the women who are coming together online, right? Like, it was a thing like, oh, pray for Lauren. Like, we feel so bad for her, and we can't imagine what she's going through on a daily basis. Oh, that's so terrible. That's a horrible thing. And it is a horrible thing. Even now for her, I'm sure it's a horrible thing. Okay? And so I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the women who, purposely come together to support one another in that time. I think that shows the power of us as women, as a collective. But it's so easy to, in like the moment of the sadness and stuff like that, to be like, oh, this is so sad, and we need to love on our kings a little more, and we need to appreciate them a little more. And then like a week go by, 2 weeks go by, and y'all be like, these broke dusties. Oh, because me, you could never catch me. I would rather be. It's hypocrisy. Are you saying that you only show respect or value men that you don't know? Men that have no relation to you, men that are not in your lives every day, standing 10 tones down for you and to support you? Is that what it is? Because if that's what it is, I understand. If you say, yeah, that's what it is, oh, okay, well, I get it. All right, cool. If that's what it is. But we have to be honest. A lot of, men have life hard out there. Okay? As I said in the beginning of this conversation. They got the homeboys from the hood that feel a certain way, and they want to still stay connected without getting too close or getting into harm's way. And then they have, the world itself, work itself, the workforce itself. They have to make a way, regardless of whatever situation. They have to, work 10 times harder. And at the same time, you make sure you find time that they have to fight you too. You make sure. Every chance you get, you make sure that you're going to challenge him as well. Oh, if he got a hard, if he has a level 8 hard time outside in the world, you're going to make sure that when he comes home, you give him the 10. Because ain't nobody going to, defeat you or out-argue you or out-battle you. You want to make sure. So yes, our men absolutely deserve to grow old. Right? I see this post a lot that a lot of people are posting, and absolutely. And feel loved as they're growing. And feel supported as they're growing. And be understood as they're growing. Y'all might not like me after I say what I'm about to say, but if we're honest, when we look at a lot of the toxicity, it comes from a lot of, and listen, let me clarify this, okay? Let me clarify this, because sometimes y'all be liking to tussle in the comments, or y'all like to twist what I'm saying. So let me clarify what I'm saying before I even say it. I am not saying that for every single situation, when it comes to what's going on and, the fighting and the whatever, I'm not saying at all that what I'm about to say is the 100% reason. However, it is a portion of the reason that contributes to a lot of the toxicity that's going on. A lot of the men that we see out here causing havoc.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. When I choose to invest in a company, it's because I see the potential for growth and real numbers. Start Engine just reported their Q1 2025 financials, and the numbers, they blew me away. 30 million in revenue. That's 3 times what they did in the same quarter last year. Now here's the kicker. They're still letting investors into this round, but not for long. Start Engine's equity raise is closing this June. I'm a Start Engine shareholder and a paid spokesperson, and have been for years because I'm a believer in the company's mission. Now, this is your opportunity to own a piece of the company that's working to change how startups raise capital. Take care, my friends.
Turn your best idea into a bestseller. Do it yourself on Wix.
Okay? Come from homes of single mothers who have put that battery in their back. They told their sons from a young age, you gotta, be the man of the house now, because I don't talk to your daddy and I can't stand him and he ain't nothing and he ain't good for nothing and he ain't never gonna be nothing. And if you're not careful and if you act like him, you're gonna turn out to be just like him and you're not gonna be nothing either. And so I need you to support me and help me pay these bills and be the man of the house and take care of me. So I don't know what it is that you're doing when you go outside, but you go outside and you go do that and make sure you come back with some money. They put that battery in their back. And then they attract a woman who, also is like the charger for that battery. Because I like a certain lifestyle, and I only like, men that do this, and I only like men that do that, and I only like... Gotta be real, guys. We gotta be real. We have to keep it honest. We have to be honest with each other. And if you want to say that I'm just saying stuff, we can use the great show Power, for example. We can use Power, for example. Who was the battery in Tariq's back to continue the foolishness and the propaganda? Was it his mother or his father? A lot of broken homes and brokenness contribute to a lot of these issues too. I came here to be honest with you guys. I came here to be honest with you guys. It's not just in these times that women are supposed to be stepping up and be like, oh yes, men deserve love, men deserve this, men deserve that, men deserve, because... But what about your man? You're giving your man hell right now. Like, you are arguing with your man right now. You're disrespecting your man right now. You're showing your man that you don't value him right now. You're emasculating your man right now. Right now. And then online saying, oh, this is so sad, this is so terrible, this is so... The quickest one to tear them down. I can't say it enough. You stress your man out the most. And some of you guys won't stop until you can see that life is wearing him down. Like, some of you won't, you'll have conflict with him and you will keep going just to make sure that his mental health is shaky when you're done with him. Come on. So do you want, they deserve to grow old and stuff like that, just so you can talk bad about them? For you to tell them that they're unworthy? For you to tell them that they don't mean anything? For you to tell them that their place in the world is not as important as your place in the world? For you to use them as a stool and act like they're beneath you? For you to hinder them? For you to, what's it for? Because the same amount that you're saying that they deserve to grow old is the same amount that you're saying they broke, they dusted, they ain't nothing, you ain't got time for that, they not worth this, they not even worth submit. I would never submit to a man. Are you crazy? They're not worth it. He needs to submit to me. A lot of hypocrisy I saw online. I see online. Some of the people posting it, I was like, well, isn't that interesting? You who refers to, every man or the men around you as the N-word. You be like, oh, that's my N. Not that's my man, not that's my boyfriend, not that's my husband, not that's my, king. Yeah, that's me and my N. That's how y'all do. That's how you guys relate yourself to each other, to your man. This is the person that's also supposed to support you, protect you, cover you, would shield you in an instant if there was a problem going on or if you're in harm's way. That's what he would do. And I'm not going to stop saying it. Not when something like this occurs. You can post somebody else and be like, oh, yes, black men and this and that and, all this, and show so much admiration and love, like you really love black men and you really are so supportive and so caring, when every single day, day in and day out, all you're doing is disrespecting them, defaming their character, and telling the rest of the world how much you don't need them. We got to be honest. Yes, they deserve to grow old and be loved and be respected and be supported and be understood. And they deserve cooperation and submission and honor. It's distasteful. As I said before, a lot of this is contributed by, the single mother who has put that battery in her son's back to go out there and provide for her and her family by any means necessary. Go out there and, say all of this stuff and drop subtle hints. Well, the light's about to go off, so I don't know what we're going to do. And your daddy don't help me. And, but what's so-and-so up the street doing? Because I see he got a new car. What kind of job he got? Oh, okay. Oh, because I thought he had a certain kind of job. Maybe you should ask him what he do. Because he help his mama. Because his mom got this house. She got this. Her hair always done. Her nails always done. Like, oh, I wonder what they do. Well, You know. A lot of women are not just the mothers, like I said, a lot of the single mothers, but a lot of the women support the lifestyle. Oh no, because if he ain't a little bit of hood, he can't do this. Oh, if he ain't toting something, then I don't want to be with him. Oh, if he get the bag and he can't flip it and make that, I don't want to deal with it. Y'all are supporting the lifestyle and turn around and be shocked. Like, oh my God, I can't believe this. How? 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 You want the trips. You want to get flued out. You want the shoes, the purses to compete with your homegirls with. You push the lifestyle.
Do you think this candle will cover up my friend's overpowering cologne?
Impossible. Hey, do you mind paying? All I have are nickels.
Not at all. Do you change for a nickel?
Unlimited 2% cash back. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Chewy Mints. Yes to fresh.
Actually, you're one of the biggest supporters. You want to make sure he go to work so that you can get to do what you want to do to impress your friends and to go buy a $500 wig. Let him dare tell you he don't want to be a part of a certain lifestyle that you become accustomed to. Oh, he getting soft. I don't know, because he... And then unfortunately something happens and then you're like, oh, this is so sad. I don't know how this is happening. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Oh, if he's a nice guy, he's a little boring. I need somebody that, give me that feeling of a little danger. Come on. I'm here to be honest. Somebody got to. Somebody has to. A lot of the changes that we, claim that we want to see and that we want to be a part of, everybody has to be a part of the conversation. Everybody. Because the people who go out there and do things, they got a mama, a baby mama, maybe a daughter, a grandma. Like, there's people around. Everybody has to take responsibility. Everyone. So that hopefully, we know we can't change the whole world now. Like, we got to be realistic. But hopefully more people will just think before they, again, push a certain lifestyle, admire certain things, glorify certain things, because they think about the bigger picture, not just today. A lot of people are not thinking about, like, the future, A lot of people are just thinking about, like, day by day. They're just winging it. They have no idea, like, what's going to happen, they just winging things. Just winging it. Come on. If there was and I have to say this too. You see, the thing is, as women, we have to represent, we have to acknowledge our part, right? And so I'm going to say this. I always say that, like, people, and for all of you guys who are watching live, watching the replay, wherever you're watching, a lot of people, I always say this. You see, if you are not in line with the best version of yourself, then what happens is that a lot of people who are attached to benefiting from you being the best version of yourself are stuck in a place of being stagnant because, you being the best version of yourself and all of the knowledge, the strength, the wisdom that comes along with you being in position is also affected to a lot of other people, right? And the thing is that if a lot more men, now, come on now, again, when I say this is not a one-size-fits-all. I'm not saying that when I say what I'm about to say, I have to make all these disclaimers all the time because people come from every angle to try to debunk what I'm saying when I know what I'm saying. But the thing is that a lot of situations, you see, if men had their counterpart that they can trust, confide in, and love, that was a sense of peace, a sense of comfort. And again, this is not across the board. This is not 100%. This is not a one-size-fits-all thing because there's a lot of dynamics connected to these things. But you see, if men had a sense of peace in their home front, had their counterpart, had the balance necessary for them, that peaceful balance, guess what? A lot less of them will be outside. You know why? Because they would be enjoying the comfort of their space with their counterpart. A lot of y'all might miss what I'm saying, but I hope y'all get it. I hope y'all get it. If a lot of people were in their space, operating how they should be operating, a lot of these men would be inside with you, not outside. Come on. Might tell you a joke, but I'll never tell you a lie. For real.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So again, we all have to take accountability for these situations. Thank you so much, Chemo C, for the super chat. I really, really appreciate the super sticker. We have to be honest, guys. We have to. It's so sad. I mean, like, it's so disheartening. And again, this is not, this has been going on. Okay, especially in the game of hip hop where the lyrics are saying one thing. When you go to certain cities, you got to check in with certain people, because if you don't check in with certain people, then certain things happen. Like, this has been going on. It's been going on. It's nothing new, unfortunately. And because a lot of the people who are stepping out are like younger and younger, we just see the ages younger and younger and younger. Social media makes certain things a lot more easy too. People are more accessible because they know exactly where you're at. They know exactly who you're affiliated with. Like, it makes things a lot more. We just have to be honest. We have to be honest. And we have to stop the hypocrisy. Because if you're a woman and you feel so bad about the situation that's going on today, if you feel so, upset about these situations and you talk about like, wow, our black men and our this, you gotta think about that in real life too. When somebody walk past you in an aisle or whatever, or the cashier just happens to be a man, a black man, and he's in front of you and he's like, just talking to you, being kind, and you're like, why is he talking to me? Oh, he is so thirsty. Oh, he is so this, and oh, he is so that. You don't know what he's going through in his real life. You don't know what the situation is. Like, you have no idea what's going on. You just always defensive, always angry. Like the late great Kevin Samuel said, like, you can't even smile. Can't even smile. Because of your disdain for these men, like for your disgust towards these men. But then you'd be like, oh, I feel so bad. They deserve to grow old. And they be treated, so should we put it like, in your eyes, like they deserve to grow old and be treated like crap, like by you? Is that what it is? They deserve to grow old and be treated like crap by you. They deserve to grow old and be disrespected. They deserve to grow old and not be acknowledged. They deserve to grow old and if it's not something in the streets that happens, it's stressed. It's stress. It's, heart attack, heart disease, stroke, self-deletion. Like, what they shouldn't do is each other, but I could do it to him, and I'll just, stress him out so bad he have a stroke. Like, what is it? What is it? Come on. Nice guy around, work at the bank or just has a regular job, has a suitable job, and, have his life together. He's on track. May not be in the perfect space, and it may not have, the fanciest car, the fanciest house, or whatever, but he's a good man, good, suitable man. Oh, he boring. He boring. He not toting nothing, so, he not going to do it for me. Okay, well. What are you expecting? What are you looking for? Like, what are you looking for? I remember when I was in high school and I had like, I was very friendly with pretty much everyone, right? And I'm gonna read that comment in a second. I was pretty much friendly with everyone. I mean, like, and everyone. I wasn't very cliquey or anything. I was just very like, whoever I knew, my classmates in class, like, whoever sat next to me or whatever. And there was always like, every school has them, but like there's a group of people who are like, you can see like the potential in them, and like you can just see that they maybe come from a certain area that the influence around them is not in the most positive direction, and even from like a really young age. And if if I would have thought about anyone I could have brought up or had them like.
With Asana, AI teammates can pull real-time data and help keep work on track, so every team can work smarter and faster. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for today at asana.com.
I would always be like, you're better than this. Like, even when I was young and had no idea what I was talking about. Like, I did have an idea, but now I really obviously know what I'm talking about. And I would just be like, you're better than this. Like, you're so intelligent, you're so smart. Like, you can be anything. You can do anything. Don't fight. Like, why are you fighting? You don't have to be like so aggressive. Why are you being so aggressive? Like, you can be. A lot of us have to be in our roles. And in our own true nature. In our own feminine, divine nature. Energy. Like, we have to be in our roles. so that we can offer perspective, understanding, love, compassion, motivation. I'm not saying that you're supposed to be around everybody who's from the hood and tell, well, oh, I'm going to go ahead and, make them do this. Like, what? That's right, River. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure that I link up with somebody from the hood and then I'm going to change their life. That's not what I said. That's not what I said, because whenever you want to, date a certain person, you will make any excuse to try to make a situation be what no one else said, just so you can make it work. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm saying being in our spaces and being in our natures, again, a lot of people be at home with you because it's so comfortable. A lot of y'all be so toxic, you running him out the house, to the friends, to the drama, to the party that he didn't really feel like going to the this, to the that, like, because home is not comfortable. Come on. Like this comment was so funny. It says, I said good morning to a woman the other day and her reply was, I got I got to. Like, I just said good morning, ma'am. Like, my parents just taught me manners. I was just trying to be respectful. My bad. And again, y'all be like, oh, they deserve to grow old, and y'all be referring to your man as the N-word. Like, I don't get it. I'm never gonna find that normal, like, that women do that. I know it's like a common thing that a lot of women do nowadays, like a lot of modern women do that, but I'm never going to, like, find that. Just like I'll never find, like, that's my B. Like, I'll never find those two things. Like, I'll never understand that. And then if you call a man king, then it's like, oh, you so dramatic. Oh, you woke. Oh, you this and oh, you that. Or I'm speaking it in, like, I'm speaking life into him. Or that's how I see him, or I honor him. And so because I honor him and I esteem him, I'm going to call him how I see him. Oh, y'all be so, and y'all be. But if you tell your homegirl, like, oh, yeah, that's my N, they'd be like, oh, yeah, yeah. Mine too. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. I'm going to drop the link. And make sure that if you guys do want to come up and be a part of the conversation, that you have your camera on, especially in the back, so that I can be able to see you. We have to keep, especially with the type of conversation that we're having, we have to keep the dialogue pretty standard, not too much like profanity and stuff like that. And also, especially if you want to talk about something related to the particular topic. I know sometimes we can go off of rants, but I don't want to be on here too long. But I do want to offer this space for anybody who does want to be a part of the conversation, to be a part of the conversation. Yeah. But we have to be honest. And again, one thing I'm not going to do is, I'm not ignorant to the fact that I have a platform where a lot of men come to. Okay? I'm not ignorant to that fact. I'm not ignorant to the fact that I see a lot of black men in my comment sections. I'm not ignorant to that fact. And so we can't just mosey over these situations and just stick to other parts of the conversation and act like this is not necessary. This is extremely necessary. These conversations are extremely necessary and extremely vital to us. Right? If we don't have these conversations, and Kashawn, I do see you. Oh, thank you so much, Kendrell, for dropping the link. Kashawn, I see you in the back. I'm gonna bring you up in just about a second. But it's just so vital that we have these conversations.
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals, and AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience down to the finest detail. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Personalize, customize, Wix.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Chewy Mints. Yes to fresh.
And again, I want to reiterate, like, sometimes being tough is walking away. Most of the time, being tough is walking away. There's nothing wrong with, as a man, when another man try to G-check you or whatever, that you just keep it pushing. Because, again, I always have the mentality that if you're crazy enough to act a fool in public, what else are you thinking of doing? And a lot of people start drama with ulterior motives already in mind. They already off their rocker and they're like, let me see which one's going to catch the bait so I could release and relinquish all this energy. And I understand the weight that's put on, I can't relate because I'm a woman, but I can understand being the counterpart of a man, the weight that is put on men's shoulders day in and day out of like you having to be the toughest, the strongest, the this, the that, the one that's carrying everything and like the protector and this and all these things. And so I have to express my manhood, and because I don't want to look like I'm not a man, it's like I get it. I understand, but the bigger picture is so radically important. Hugely important. We need you. We need you. So because we need you to not get crazy. Like, to not unleash. Like, you don't have to go out. I believe you. Like, I really believe you, but you don't have to express it. And if a woman is there and she is supporting you going off, oh yeah, you better, you gonna let him talk to you like that? She a chicken head, and keep it pushing. Leave her right there. Tell her you handle it. Tell her, well, as a matter of fact, you got it. How about you handle it? And leave her right there. Leave her right there. Come on. Because that means she don't love you. She doesn't value you. Because a woman who values her man, she is not going to be like, sick him. No, she's going to be like, nah, babe. Let's go. I don't care if it looks like you could take him or not. I don't care if, he a little shrimp and he getting buck and he needs to be put into check. I don't care. Let's go. Because while you're trying to protect me, I'm trying to protect you. These women be like, let me go get my man. They be like, no you didn't. And it's like, you're the one who was yelling at him in the store. Like, ma'am, you're the one who started the conflict, and now you want your man, because y'all not going to be talking to me like this. Let me go get my daddy. Let me go get my brother. Let me go get my cousin. Let me go get my man. And throw them right into harm's way. And now, based off of the strength of you, he got to come and act the fool. Because, nobody not going to be talking to my sister like that. Now he got to come and act the fool and show out while you standing back like this. And then when something happens, you be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. How? How you can't? I'm confused. How you can't believe it? How? I'm so excited because I have the dream team in my back chat. Okay? It has been a very long time since myself included and these 3 people that I'm going to bring up have been a part of this discussion, but I'm extremely excited to hear all the perspectives that they're bringing up, as well as how this conversation is going to unfold. So, of course, got to bring up Brother Krishan.
Hey, my sister, what's going on?
What is up, my brother? Gotta bring up my sister Elsie.
LC.
Hello.
And gotta bring up my brother Edward.
Hey.
Edward.
What's up?
Let's clap it up for Edward, okay? Edward, we haven't seen Edward. Let's clap it up for Edward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. I wasn't expecting, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. My live streams that I do is more of my connection with my viewers that want to be a part of a conversation. I'm not like, gung ho on like, oh, I have to live stream. Like, I'm just, when I feel the need to have the conversation, I do it, right? And this was a really big subject for me because, again, the first thing that I saw was obviously the situation. Obviously, like, how could we not see that? Like, you turn on the news, everything, you just see it on your feed. And it was a little, crazy, especially because we've seen like the Drink Champs interview advertised. We saw that they had just went out on their own or whatever. And so it was going to be a bigger situation. But what really grinded my gears and, forced me into this conversation was the hypocrisy of the women. Black men deserve to grow old, and, oh, this is not fair and this is not right. And I was just like, y'all be the same ones. The same ones. So I want to hear, in no particular order, whoever would like to go first, I want to hear you guys' perspective to this conversation for sure.
I'll go first since I'm always the last one to go.
You are. Not you are.
I mean, now, it was a shocker to wake up to that, and I literally woke up to that. I woke up to my phone dinging, and that was the first thing I saw. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Out of all people, I wasn't expecting him because you never really hear anything about him.
Right.
There's never been any situations like that. You hear about his cousin and you hear about his uncle, but you don't hear about him like that. But talking to him, I'm just like, I don't understand. I really don't. And it started over a game of dice, of all things. Something so small because somebody was losing. It went all the way to somebody getting shot that had anything to do with it. Why?
And the thing is, not to cut you off, but the thing is, yeah, that's alleged the reason why it started or whatever. But the thing is like, but people who know, they know. Like, it don't take nothing for some people to pop up. Like, they're always sitting already. And I see this a lot too, because a lot of the people who are packing, I'm not talking about that kind of packing, I'm talking about the carrying, okay? A lot of people who are carrying, they stay unready because it gives them this feeling of like, oh, if anything happens, I'm already ready. So they're kind of like attracting situations to themselves purposely because they're itching to use it. So they're quick to want to go off, and they're quick to want to argue because they have it. That's why I always say that if sorry, Edward, I muted you just because it was a little feedback. But that's why I always say that, like, if somebody be acting a fool in the street, you have to understand. Like, if you're acting a clear fool in broad daylight, maybe something a little wrong with you. Like, maybe I need to stay away from you.
Absolutely. And I was the type person, when I say I had a terrible temper, I was the type that it didn't matter what was taking place. All you had to say was, yo mama, and I was there. It took me a long time to get to where I am now, where it takes a long path to get me there now. And people don't understand why I handle situations a certain way I do. People are expecting, because we're adults and, you don't take bull crap from nobody, that I'm supposed to just pop off anytime something happens. I don't deal with it like that. That's not me. I don't want to. I can. Trust, I can, and I can handle myself. I just choose not to, because it can go somewhere unnecessary, like this situation,
And the thing is like, even you saying like, I can, but I choose not to. It's like, that's like an embedded thing within our community, especially. Like, we have to make that disclaimer.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't say I was soft now.
Right. No, don't get it twisted.
like we're forced to have to say that because people be like, oh, you soft, or oh, you lame, or oh, you scared, oh, you scary. That's why you don't want to. And it's like
No,
it
that
should
ain't
just
right.
be a known thing, but among us that like, no, I just have wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Just like my mom, right? My mom is so funny. She'll be so like, if I heard this, if she heard me telling this story, she would laugh. But like, when I was growing up, my mom would be like, oh, when you go to school and these girls try to start drama with you, like, don't fight them because they will scratch your face. Like she would tell me, like, like because sometimes they'll be jealous and they will like try to come for you and they're gonna try to attack whatever they're jealous of, and like you don't have to prove anything to anybody. And it was funny,
Mm-hmm.
but I understood what she was trying to say. Like she was just trying to make the statement that like not every time somebody comes for you, you have to take the bait because
Exactly.
most of the time that's what they're hoping for
Mm-hmm.
is that you take it. They're hoping that they can ring you in on that fishing line.
That's exactly what they're hoping for. And something, just going off of some things you said, I've kind of looked back at my life and those moments. There was moments where somebody said something to take me there, and I start to get mad. And there was a young lady there, and she'll stop me and tell me, no, you don't have to fight. Ignore what they're saying. That doesn't mean anything.
Mhm.
And I've only heard it from women. Guys, oh, we're easy and ready to instigate. Oh, come on, man. You just gonna let them talk to you like that? Come on, man. Don't let them punk you like that. But a young lady telling me, no, several times. No, you don't have to fight him. What he said is not true. It doesn't matter. Don't pay him no attention. He's just trying to make you mad. Don't worry about that. And as I replay and as I replay what I've read and seen about this situation, I'm just thinking, how could something like this be avoided if you just take a minute to think about the outcome of what you're about to say or do next? We don't do that enough, though.
Have to.
We don't do that enough at all.
Have to. That's a thing. That's a thing that is so necessary. Is doing that. Is thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Like not about just right now and how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
And before we move on to the next person that's going to address the conversation, and Hustler, I see you in the back. I'm going to bring you up in just a second as well. But I have to read this comment because this is from Michael. I don't know if it's for Gaines. I don't want to say your last name wrong, but we're going to say Michael. Okay? Feminine men with fragile egos that need to prove something for street cred. And I can't stress enough that what I said in the beginning of the live stream is like a lot of these. And again, disclaimer again, okay, that I'm not saying 100% of the situation, this is what it is. However, what I am saying is that a lot of these younger men that we see with these quote unquote fragile egos is because they mama
Mm-hmm.
raised them,
Mm-hmm.
they mama instilled in them all of the principles, the mentality that they have, they got it from a feminine perspective.
Yep.
And it's just like, okay, perfect example in reference to this comment. You ever see like a video of like a little boy, and like a lot of these TikTok moms and stuff like that, they'll put it on Facebook and on TikTok and stuff. And it'll be like maybe like a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and the baby, like the mom will be doing something with the dad, and the baby will come and like hit the dad, like my mama, no, not my mama, like that strong emotion that he's invoking, like like I'm gonna defend her by any means necessary. They grow up like that.
They do.
They have that same mentality. They think more emotionally and not logically. Because logic will say, if he getting buck when it's daylight, he must have something on him. But emotions are saying, I can't let him see my weaknesses that I've been trying so hard to protect. Because I've been trying to show this face to everybody. And so I'm going to feel disarmed if I just walk away from this fight, or if I just walk away from the situation because I have so much to prove.
Absolutely.
And it's unfortunate. Completely unfortunate. Elsie, I got to hear your perspective.
I think for me, everything, it doesn't start with the present time. I have to take it all the way back to slavery.
Yes.
That's where the beginning initiated. Um, when our men were defiled, debunked, and all of the things in front of us, the women and the children. And so as time has gone by, unfortunately, our nation of men have decided that they're going to prove themselves. But in proving yourself, you're not proving yourself to the people you need to be proving yourself to. You're proving it against your own nation of people.
Mhm.
And that's what's unfortunate for us. And then we're taking each other out of here over stupidity, over things that we have not been taught how to regulate our emotions. We haven't been taught how to have a conversation about how we feel, what we feel, why we're projecting certain things in certain ways. And it kind of goes back to the Willie Lynch process of how mothers are constantly coddling and protecting their sons while pushing their daughters out the house immediately. And so when we get that what I call um, man-child syndrome going on, you're physically a man, but you have a mindset of a child. So when you go out into the world and you project this image of a man in front of people, your childlike mindset and behavior then comes up. It's like two kids playing marbles and somebody says, "Give me my marble back." And you're like, "What are you talking about? I won that fair and square." "No, you didn't." And then next thing you know, it's a brawl. We have to um, get to a place where we can honestly have conversations as adults and put these childlike mindsets away. And I love my brothers, but a lot of times society and it started way back in our neighborhoods and in our communities. You man up, you be a man, you don't let nobody punk you. They say this, you come for it. Now the come for it is out of control because we don't even know what we're supposed to be coming for. We're just going at whoever is in front of us. And unfortunately, it's taking us out one by one, neighborhood by neighborhood, state by state, and our numbers are depleting because we're not being rational about things. We're out of control. It's a I don't care mentality. It's a me, my, I'm gonna get you before you get me kind of thing. And our brothers are leaving here fast. It's very unfortunate.
It's extremely unfortunate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the spirit that's flowing right now.
I want to piggyback off of what you said, because just like how you kind of said about the situation of the Willie Lynch letter, which listen, I I since you said it, like when I was having this conversation, I was trying to be I want a lot of people to be able to hear the message. So I initially didn't want to come in such a strong force because sometimes people can with these conversations it can be very like preachy, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think some people don't learn that way and they don't they don't they get turned off from the conversation, and I wanted to have a broader conversation. But since you said it, I agree with you, and I also agree with um even in relation to that whole crab in a barrel mentality, right? Like you said, like I'm gonna get you before you get me. And then also we have to also talk about a real fact that I briefly mentioned very little in the beginning of this conversation, where it's like, we also have to understand that there's a lot of poverty going on still, right? And the problem is that a lot of these people in these communities are operating out of a place of lack, and you are walking in full of abundance and they're in lack. And you have to be able to understand that perspective and not think that it's an intangible thought, like that you're untouchable or that it's impossible for things to occur, because if anybody who's operating in lack, like people like to use like third world countries for example, but it's like America's like the biggest third world country I've ever seen in my life. Like, because they have a vast, very different issues going on. Like they have people who are living how they live in third world countries right here in America too.
Yep.
So, but when you go and you see that, like I know that a lot of people talk about like in LA, a lot of the most wealthiest people live in LA, but they also have a great deal of people who are literally homeless blocks away. And so when you go there and you see people who are in a place of lack, a lot of them are so desperate that they will do anything. A lot of people are not scared. People who are in lack, a lot of people, I'm not saying majority, but a good amount of people who are in lack are not afraid to go to jail, because you want to know why? They get a bed, they get food, they get light, they get water. And I think it's important to understand that. So sometimes not going back to the hood is not necessarily a disrespect. It's an understanding. You made it out. They didn't make it out. How did they make it out? What if they can't rap? Okay, so they can't use that. They couldn't play basketball. They couldn't play football.
Some people just didn't make good choices.
Exactly.
Some of them didn't make their choices. Some of them didn't have the quote unquote talent, okay, to make it out. And to be honest, some of them didn't have the blueprint.
Right.
In this day and age, I want to say that it's a lot different because you can see better. Like if you go on social media, you can literally learn anything that you want to learn. But some people, they're on Section 8 because their grandmama was on Section 8, and the whole family repeated the same. It's not an excuse. This is just talking about what happens. People can live in their own little bubble and feel like they're stuck in it, even though you're looking at them like, no, you're not stuck in it. Come. You're not stuck in the bubble. Come this way. Make a left. Trust me, if you make a left, you're going to come right out the bubble. But sometimes when they're stuck in it, they feel like, I can't. Like, how? How am I going to come out the bubble? So, but I wanted to say that, like, I wanted to strongly acknowledge what you're saying, Elsie, because to talk about the present, we have to talk about the past. There's no way to talk about the present without talking about that. So I firmly agree with everything that you're saying. Edward, I know you had to switch devices. I want to hear your perspective, and then Hustler, and then we can all have dialogue without it being so, formatted.
Yes, I did. Peace, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, brother.
Thank you, River, for having me. Just to cut straight to it, but before that, River, you was talking so much truth. Like, man, if only you knew. But I'll speak on the young black men perspective. Yeah, you're right. Somebody got a gun on them, then they're being arrogant and picking a fight on purpose. And someone who is not wise, like you said, especially because maybe this is something you might not know, River and Elsie, but I think you know it. If me and Kashawn and Hustler and Meth Dealer were chilling, we would change our conversation and act a little bit differently if y'all were around. So if there are women around, then all of a sudden we're a little bit, more tougher, or a little bit, the respect sometimes is gone. I've been in that situation plenty of times where, I'm from New Jersey, man. My family members shot in the head, this and this, and over dumb stuff, like you said, over trying to prove themselves. And, I'll be quick. But what you talked about, the most eerie thing to me was when I went back to my family member's house. And despite it being 20, 30 years later, they had a new house and they designed it exactly like the one in the hood where they grew up at. Everything was the same, just a different apartment. Like how, for me, where I am, the door is facing this way. The only difference was the door was facing that way. That's it. And it was just a crazy feeling. But in order to change, because I come from that, you have to be okay with looking like the lame or looking like the square, or having people laugh at you. And most men are not willing to do that. Most men are not willing to look like the fool for 10 years, 15, and almost never being accepted by society or the destructive part of our community. Now, I remember there was an altercation at one time, and the females in my family said, "Oh, you should have fought back. You should have did this and that," But I was one of the few people who had a father, in my family, and he would never. He would never react over, he would say something, and he would fight if he had to. I mean, he would fight if he wanted to, but that wouldn't be the first thing. And he wouldn't throw the insults or the mouth service, because we usually know if a dude is yapping off at the mouth, either he can't fight or he got a gun and he can't fight. So if he's looking for something. So just to make it quick, to sum it up, it's a shame that it happened, and we could go back to Willie Lynch, we could go back to slavery, we could flip it the other way. We don't know. Maybe that dude was, somebody was planning to start a fight. Maybe somebody had a wire on him. Maybe, And the last thing I'll say before we get it going is, if you look at the videos, there were way too many people chilling for me to have a dead body right there.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, the men were more emotional about it than the women, for far as the videos I saw. And I don't think it should have been like that. But everybody was too casual. And the saddest part is that I feel like most people aren't going to say anything because they're not snitching, right? So you have somebody's mother, Takeoff's mother, Takeoff's family might not even know who did it, or they might be free to do it again. So that's all I got to say. I want to say, black men, love yourself. And, me right now, I'm in India, man, because I knew at an early age that I was going to die if I stayed in New Jersey. And, my dad's wife would say, "Oh, you tripping, you just exaggerate," and you be like, "Nah, it's too many people. If my cousin does something, they coming at me. So I could be in a library all, nah, you down with him. So if he did this, then you did it." It was just too many traps. And I think black men don't realize the police got traps for you, the government got traps, everybody got traps for you. And I'm smart as hell, but I know I'm not that smart to see everything and know everything. So I'm not save yourself, black man, get a passport and move the hell away. I'm not that. But I will say, be smart. That's all I gotta say. Thank y'all.
I love everything you had to say. I love everything you had to say. And I want to piggyback on a couple of things. And I'm sure we all do, because that was a lot. One of the things I want to say is that, yes, I saw the videos. I'm not happy I saw the videos, but I just think as a person with wisdom, it's important to understand the dynamics of situations, right? And not just hear something blindly, and if there's not access to see what's happening, to not know, Do I think that all these things should even be on social media? Absolutely not, right? I definitely don't think so, but they are there, and you can scroll and literally just see it. So I agree that I was very amazed that there was not women acting irate, because that's a woman emotion, right? Most women be like, "Oh my God," like women flip out, and a lot of the women were extremely calm, which says a lot of things to me. It says that their environments, what they're around, what they're used to as well. Like, it just was like, oh dang, you know, it was very like, dang, like what do you mean? Like this is a person, like you just saw this person, you were just talking to them, they were just sitting, like that's a huge deal. So I completely understand where it comes from in that aspect, and also, um, you said something about going out and like achieving better, and you knew that you had to make that change for the betterment of yourself, and I want to say that when it comes to not being lame or not looking like whack or not looking like, oh, you the softest one of the group or whatever, it's unfortunate that it's that kind of mindset. But I agree with you that we have to get to that point where it's like, are you paying my bills? Like, does it really matter what you genuinely think about the things that I'm doing? That's number one. Number two, I think we too grown to be making new friends. I'm sorry. Okay, and because I need to know your track record. Like I need to, because even as a female, as a woman, like if I don't see you in a couple years, I don't know you. I'm not just meeting you nowhere. I'm not just going to, because I don't know who you done pissed off. I don't know if you got no crazy, you know, ex drama, this that is attached to you that I'm seeing with you, and they're gonna think that we the same. Like I need to, absolutely not. And I think for men, as a woman, I think like that, but I think for men, it's a different level because, oh, I got beef with him, you here too? All right, both of y'all. Like, and it's a
I
dangerous
think
thing.
our friendships are a little bit different with men. I mean, if that's my boy. I mean, if he got beef, I got. I mean, that's a sad, destructive attitude to have. But that's unfortunately sometimes how it is. Or um, I mean, maybe you hear this, River. Sorry to cut you off, but they'll say,
No,
"Hey, man, you not. Oh, you changed. You not down with us no more. What happened? Oh, you think you better than us now."
now it's war.
Oh, you done got booed
I
now.
understand. No, I
Yeah,
do understand. It is different because a girl could be like, "Oh, you acting funny," and I'd be like, "Okay, and don't call me." But I understand. You know, for men, it's like you have to keep a certain relation to certain people because if not, it seems like a disrespect, and if they feel disrespected again because of that fragile ego, now it's a problem.
Hmm.
So I definitely do understand that, which is the reason why I said I don't think that we need new friends. Because if you already got to keep it cordial with the people from before, how you have time to meet up with these people that you don't even know like that
Right.
and be
Right.
hanging out with them and chilling and be in public with them and be linked up with them? And sometimes people are linking up for opportunity, right? Like because this person might be offering great opportunity, but sometimes you got to leave that bag right on that table because of what it's attached to.
Hmm.
That's
All money ain't good money.
all money is not
Good.
all
Money ain't
opportunity
good.
ain't good opportunity.
Nah, it's not.
For real. For real. But
yeah.
I agree with what you were saying for sure. And I think were you still saying something else as well?
Just like you said, last thing before we toss it off is all money ain't good money, and all uh, relationships are not good relationships. But for me, I'm really smart, but sometimes I'm hard headed. So sometimes we gotta see the consequences of that. So if anybody's younger or even older in the listening to this in the stream, just listen to the stories and the consequences of making those decisions. It could cost you your life. My cousin's doing 50 years in jail off of a phone call. My boyfriend hit me. And I 50 years. So,
Again,
not what
I'm a woman saying, "Save me."
say, yeah. And again, it's a long story. I'm trying to bring it in, but, because that's why I said you were preaching, and she's still defending the boyfriend. So, your brother's in jail 50 years, and but I love him, love the boyfriend. But he fought for you, and he's sitting in jail 50 years for you. And so I was just like, yo, I can't do this. It ain't worth it.
I feel
So,
that.
black men, the only thing I want to say to y'all is it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
No, because it ain't worth it because you're worth it.
Ooh,
Say that.
T-shirt.
I like how you put that. Thank you.
Say that.
Real.
But I want to
Yeah.
pick up on that thing you said about when Edward said that they were talking about the women in the videos and the connection of it. And I didn't realize that we were in a private chat, and I put something and said this because the spirit of women are reversed in this day and age because they're more masculine minded. And like you said, that's something that a man would do, would kind of sit back and not react and respond. And so with the spirits being reversed, you have men reacting to things that women normally would, and women responding in the way that a man would. And that's where the problem comes in. And this is why you have women constantly saying, because see, back in the day, women were constantly trying to protect their men and saying, no, baby, don't you do that. Come on, we got to get out of here. Now you got to, nigga, you better step up. You going to say and let him talk to you like something that a man, a brother would say, yo, dude, you going to let him talk to you like that? Now women are doing the exact same thing that a man would do, as opposed to what we should be doing, like we used to do, and saying, no, you're not going to go up there and say anything. You're going to get your tail in this car, and we can ready to go home. Because I would rather see you. And I put in the chat earlier, before we started, was that a woman who's willing to bring her man peace will never allow him to be in the midst of foolishness. Because she'd rather see him at home with his head between his tails and wake up the next day than to be lying in a morgue that she has to go and identify.
Absolutely.
Women who desire peace for their man will never allow you and push you into foolishness. She will always drag you out first. If sometimes kicking and scratching, but she gonna make sure you get up out of there. That's what we'll do.
Elsie, you might tell a joke, but you ain't never gonna tell a lie.
I ain't gonna never tell one.
You ain't never gonna tell a lie because I would rather us be in the car and me being like, he's an idiot, right? Wasn't he so weird? What a weirdo, that guy.
I would rather you be in the car fussing at me.
What's wrong with him? Like,
you know I could have taken him. No, I'm taking you to the house.
I know you could have, babe, but he ain't even worth it. Like, that's me all day long.
Yes,
that's
we
me
going home.
On the way home. You said you wanted pancakes, or so do you want pancakes or what? What do you want it? Because we on the way home. Right. I am not gonna be sent because I'm not like
not doing that.
But you know,
y'all like us, and y'all love us.
Yeah,
because we love for real, like we really do. And it's so funny because I remember being like in high school, and I was talking about high school before, and it's just so funny because, you know, now that I get younger, I reflect on my younger days, and then I just think of like I've always been who I am. And I remember like when I would have some friends, and again, some friends I would just get like hood, like they hood for real, like you know what I'm saying. It was in high school with tattoos. And it's like, how did your mom let you get 2 sleeves? Like, how do you have 2 sleeves? But anyway, and I would see them like aggressive or fighting with each other like that, and I would be like trying to be like, no, stop or whatever. Not getting in the midst now because I ain't a fool, but you know, just not liking that violence. And like you said, a lot of the women are very aggressive nowadays because they don't mind the violence. Like, I don't like violence. I don't like it. I don't even care if I see somebody accidentally fall off a skateboard on Instagram. I don't want to see it because I'm like, oh, you know, it does something to me. When we talk about movies and stuff like that, it's a little different because I know that things are not real, but even still, there's some things that I will not watch because I don't want it in my psyche. I don't want it to be normal to me. I don't want to be desensitized to the situation. And, you know, a lot of people are just, like you said, more masculine, like, damn. Like that, the woman is like, damn, I can't believe that. Like, I would be like hysterically, like snot nose.
Damn, yo.
Yeah, like damn, yo, like they got my boy. Dang, they just got my boy. Like what? Like, damn. Why are you crying? Are you okay? Mentally, emotionally, like.
And you know it's a difference when women are constantly like talking to their man and saying, "Yo, bruh, let me tell you something," and I'm like, "Who is bruh?"
I can't do the bruh.
Who is
Bruh.
That irritates the hell out of me. I cannot stand it.
just like I'm never seeing no guy and giving him no pound. That ain't never gonna happen. If you don't give me a hug,
Oh, well,
if you don't give me that little side hug, I'm a lady and I want to be treated as such. I am not your homeboy. Don't even do that. Like, but again, this is why we have these kind of conversations, because it's so necessary that we express, especially like the real, the real that people are not willing to necessarily say, that people want to dance around. Like, no, I'm not dancing around it. We're gonna stand right in it, have the conversation, and hopefully whoever is watching, hearing this conversation, they can be effective in a positive way. Hustler, I know that you've been here for a little bit, and I definitely want to hear your perspective as well.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, River?
I'm good. How you doing?
How y'all doing?
Yeah, how you doing, brother?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Now, I want to piggyback on what LC just brought up, because she made a very valid point there. She was saying how back in the day, young women would tell their men, no, 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 don't be going out here fighting. It's not worth it. But nowadays, they be like, nigga, you better step up and defend me. You better defend me. That's a very, it got me thinking. Because, and these be the same men that y'all want to protect y'all from danger. But here's the thing about it. If you want a man to protect you from danger, it's your job as a woman to make that man feel safe. Now, how should a woman make a man feel safe? Simple. Don't be going out here putting men in situations where they got to put themselves in danger protecting your happy ass because you want to be reckless in the streets. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. If you're that kind of woman that goes out there starting confrontations with people, I'm not protecting you. You want to get in people's faces, starting stuff, and you expect me to put my life in danger for you? No, I'm not doing it. It's not going to happen. But that's what a lot of women expect. So we just don't deal with those kind of women. So if you want your man to protect you, make him feel safe by don't be going out there putting yourself in bad situations. In other words, we want a damsel in distress, not the dumbass in distress. See the difference? That's all I'm saying.
He came in swinging with the jokes. He came in swinging.
I love about Hustler, because at the end of the day, he's right. That's why I said a real woman will never allow her man to be in foolishness. So the fact that you would go out here, running your mouth, creating drama, and then saying, because you can't fix it, now you feel insulted, I'm going to get my man. A real man would say, you better sit your tail out on that couch and shut your mouth. That's what you better do, because I'm not going nowhere. Whatever you started over there is done, because I'm not going to settle nothing. Now, if you, once again, if you in that little boy mode mindset, you want to go save your mom, no, we not playing Superman. I don't have a date. I don't have an S on my chest. So what we're going to do is, first, you're going to tell me, I'm going to ask the questions, and I tell brothers, say this. Were you hit? No. Did somebody wreck the car? No. Were you run off the road? No. Go sit down. You have any physical harm? No. Go sit down. Because see, now I know it's just about your mouth. Go sit down. And sometimes men have to learn to shut these women down. Stop trying to be Captain Saver, you know what I mean, and let them go on. Because I was trying to be nice. But since you said it, you can't go save the area codes. So I need you to just leave it alone, because they're going to cost you more than, and if it's not your life, it will cost you your finances, it will cost you your reputation, it will cost you your character, and all the things that you're trying to build. Yeah. A real woman wants you to build, not to tear you down. Not to tear you down. So if that's what you're dealing with, I saw somebody in the chat say, I'm living that every day. The same way you got in, you can get out. That's what I don't understand why people say it's so hard. It's not hard. You walked into the relationship, you can walk your happy tail back out. You can do that. Especially if you're not married. If you're dating, that's one thing. Marriage is something else. But if you're dating, just like you got in there with her and she's causing that chaos, you can walk back out. It is what it is. You're in a emotional prison because you're choosing to be.
I wanted to just shout out Jeremy Fox for this super chat. Thank you so much, Jeremy Fox, for this. Because you know why? You don't have to. You do not have to. And I appreciate the support. I don't even know what to say. I'm just grateful. Okay, we were just here having some truth, and I just want to let you know that I appreciate you for this. I genuinely do. I don't take it for granted at all because again, you don't have to even be here listening to the conversation. So I thank you for this, and I also thank you all for the support of being a part of this conversation. I did want to say something that Hustle was saying as well when he was saying about you know, not the dummy in distress. And I think again that's the truth is that real men are not going to um defend your foolishness. They're not going to sit here and see you do something stupid and feel like they have to all of a sudden, jump to do that. But the men who are going to do that, the same ones that I was talking about from before, that was raised by mommy. And so I have to impress my mommy and I have to do this. And because the woman's approval means more than it should. Okay? Just be honest. More than it should. And so now I'm willing to put everything on the line, like that person that Edward mentioned, in support of said woman because I'm prioritizing her more than myself. And the thing is that a lot of women are doing this not intentionally to hurt the person, but without thought, without care for the other party, without care for their brother that they're calling to handle a situation. They're not thinking it through. They're just doing. And because women are on an emotional roller coaster that sometimes go up, down, left, and right, okay, they're definitely not as logical thinkers. They don't think with logic first, they think with feelings first and how they feel. And so because of that, it is for the man to be logically stable so that he cannot be winding down this road that this woman is dragging him down. Just winding and dragging, like pulling him, like, hey, come on, do this. Okay, now do this. Now do this. Now do it. Now react. And you have to be able to be like, I'm not doing that. You started it. Officer, it was her. She did it. No, actually, you owe her an apology. Like, they need that direction because that is what's going to evoke change. Now, whether they're willing to listen or not, it's what are you willing to put up with? Because a lot of women are with a man and they want to see what he's willing to put up with to see if they can continue the foolishness. And the longer you don't say nothing, the longer they're going to keep on going. It's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. Which is unfortunate, but it's true. And I want to say, too, that, like, the thing with it is that I have this thing within me that, like, and I've always been like this, like, I can see the baby in somebody. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, right? Like, I mean this as a term of, like, compassion for people, right? Like, I can look at a grown, big old man somewhere in the street, and I can see the childlike ways in him or the baby in him. And it doesn't mean that I won't respect him as the man, but because I recognize the child, I am not going to, I'm going to remember the child even in the midst of a situation. I'm always going to remember that child version of that man in the midst of a bigger conflict. Because nobody is going to see a car coming and take a baby and throw it in the street. Like, you're not going to do that. You're going to say, no, 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 wait. Whether it's your baby or not. You're going to be like, hold on, wait, the baby's in the street. Hold on, wait, there's a car coming. Hold on, wait. The dog's running. Wait, stop the car. You're going to hit the dog. You're going to hit the baby. You're going to hit the... And I think that a lot of women, again, going off of what, we are all saying, are in that masculine state of mind. And so the problem becomes that they're not in tune with their compassion. They don't have a compassionate side. That's how they could be like, oh boy, oh this and oh that, oh yeah, you better pop him, go off on him. Ooh, I'm gonna make sure I go get my whoever who got that thing for you, and they gonna tote it, and you gonna be because they don't have that thing that they don't want to see the violence, they want to see it.
That's what I was gonna say, River. Back to your reference. Some people they want to see what it's like when the car hits the dog. They want to see that. They want to see the baby. They want you to. They don't want to throw the baby in front of the car themselves, but they want to manipulate you so you do it.
Yep.
That's disgusting.
So I think it's. I think one piece that I found is just like you mentioned disdain before, like black men are just throwaways, like they're just accessories. Let me use you for your money, use you for your time, and sometimes it's not their fault. That's how they were raised. That black men are nothing. And I know one thing that I was raised for, which I noticed that was different than my female relatives were. They were told, don't accept this from a man. If a man do this, don't you want this? But we were never told as men, if a woman does this, don't accept it. Or we were just taught, because we do sometimes see our mother. For me, it was my grandmother. So it's like, if there's a problem, we want to fix it. We want to, but what we don't know is that, like you said, putting people above ourselves and not knowing that we have any worth. I remember the first time someone gave me a compliment, I was a grown man. This black woman said, "I liked your hair." I was like 23. I still remember where I was standing. I remember everything. So,
And baby,
and
when we give a compliment, we know how to give it, don't we?
so yeah, I felt good about that. But yeah, it's like we don't receive that usually when we're younger. So, or we think the validation is through the girlfriend or the mom, And you said it yourself, River. I know you remember that video. Um, how did they say it? Get away from my man. I mean my son. What do you call it? Hus son? No, it's
Son
something like
husband.
Son
son
husband.
husband. Son husband. So you go from son husband, then you get in a relationship, and you're still son husband because now your girl is your mother.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
And it's okay. The thing is, you're trained when you're raised. Sorry, I was reading the comment on the screen, but you're raised as a young person. Like if you get into an altercation with a girl when you're young, and she hits you, it's like don't hit her. She's a girl.
Mhm.
Why would you do that? Like you'll be so extremely scolded for the situation, and you're being scolded so much you might even get a whooping. That they completely forget to go back and tell her, don't hit him.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
And so men are raised, especially within our community, that they have to accept everything and just deal with it because they're a man. Well, it's proven over and over again that you're still a human being. You still have emotions. You still have feelings. And so that is affecting you. It's going to affect you. If somebody is harming you, you're gonna have a way that you're going to not you don't have to lash out about it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't do something to you, whether emotionally or psychologically. And so that's a dangerous thing that happens over and over again, and they grow up with that same mentality, and then they go into different relationships and they have the same mentality, and the girl be treating them bad, beating on them, doing all kind of stuff, and they feel like, well, they just have to stand there and take it because I'm a man and I'm supposed to be emotionally strong and I'm supposed to just deal with this situation. And it's like, but you don't have to. Like you can express self-respect. You can have better. I know, Elsie. I saw your face twisting the you wanted to say something, so I definitely want to hear what you have to say.
So when you said, in talking to men, I realized that especially our brothers are taught to treat women with respect, to love on them and to care for them and do all those things. But as girls, we're not taught to love on our men. We're not taught to respect them. We're not taught to give back to them. We're not taught to honor them. We're not taught any of those things. And so when you grow up as a woman, you don't know what to do with this man who's presenting all this love to you, especially if you're a woman who's grown up and never seen a man do those things. That's why women who meet good men don't know what good men look like because you've never seen it. So when we're not taught to respect, honor, love, and trust them, we turn into them just in the opposite direction. We become masculine, we become mean, we become vindictive, we become hateful, we become all those negative things. We become that kind of person in their lives. And so we bring a lot of angst, anger, and pain to them, and we never say, I'm sorry. And that's the thing. It's like in my spirit right now. So for every brother that is listening, for every brother that is online, that hears the sound of my voice, I want to officially apologize for every woman that has ever not seen you, that has ever ignored you, that has never told you how valuable you are, how precious you are, how smart you are, how wonderful you are, how masculinely adored you are to us. I apologize for her ignorance. And on behalf of Riva and I, we want to tell you we love you. We support you. We got you. We gonna always ride or die with and for you. And for the next women that come into your life that don't see the value, that don't understand who you are, don't understand what you bring to the world, that they don't see the king that is in front of them and the godly man that is in front of them, she's a fool. Run is what I tell you to do.
Well,
Run.
you already know I second that. Okay, I agree. I wholly agree. But I also want to say that John, where'd you go? I also wanted to say that not only do I agree, but sometimes that woman that didn't value them, respect them, show them love, appreciate them, and show them what they deserve, desire, and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes that woman that she's talking to right now, is your mama,
I said any woman,
your grandmama, your auntie,
any woman.
your sisters, your cousins. Sometimes it's all the women around you who looked at you while you're growing up and tell you you ain't nothing, you ain't never gonna be nothing. You always is. You always like, oh, you raggedy. What girl would want you? What girl? Because that stuff does something to you.
It does.
It matters.
It
I
does.
want to acknowledge this, and then, cause Sean, I know you want to say something. Kevin C, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, shout out to River TV and the panel. Good talk. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Kevin. I really, really appreciate that. Go ahead, Kashawn. Sorry, I just wanted to acknowledge him.
LC, you are the very first woman in my 30, 40, 35 years of life that's ever apologized to me. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that.
Amen to that.
You have no idea how much weight just lifted off from that apology you just gave me.
Because I often tell people that I coach, and especially young people, I need you to be okay with the apology you may never receive, especially from the people that you deserve it from. So on behalf of them, I have to sometimes step in and acknowledge what needs to be said on behalf of those people.
Right.
And for every, like I said, for every woman that didn't see you, that didn't understand you, that didn't get you, she lost a jewel. But I always say to people that people are connected to people for seasons and reasons. So whatever the season was, whatever the reason was, when you learn the life lesson attached to it, you won't make that mistake anymore. You won't make it anymore.
Because then you learn that once you learn what people are capable of, and then once you learn that you deserve better, then you learn that everybody doesn't deserve access to you. And no, there are women out there who are not going to disrespect you and call you out your name. There are women out there who are not going to beat up on you. There are women out there who are willing to be cooperative with you and be peaceful with you. And so I love that you're saying this, Elsie, because not only is it breaking chains on a lot of the mindsets of what they've gone through and a lot of the emotional turmoil caused by it, right? Just you saying I apologize on behalf of them, like what that does to the mindset of them, but also allowing them to see that space, like there's better, there's more. There's different. Don't just take what somebody give you.
Mm-hmm.
It's low vibration. What she said? What she said? Don't just take. I don't take what they put on my plate.
That's right.
She's something else. But you know, just I'm being funny, but I'm also just being honest about that as well. Hustler came on camera. Looked like he got something to say. Oh, you're muted.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little teary-eyed right now hearing LC speak. You're the first person I've heard, much like Kashawn said, you're the first woman I've heard in, I don't know, a decade plus apologize. I'm kind of teary-eyed right now.
I'm a little emotional too.
Oh wow.
You got me crying too.
That's so sad too.
It is. But I think what we have to do, especially as women, in order to save our brothers from the stuff, from the things that we see happening to them, is we have to open up the lines of communication. Our brothers don't feel like that they can talk about things.
Right.
And so when they don't have avenues and people to talk to, that's a struggle. Because we want them to be strong and we want them to be our defenders and our protectors and all these other things.
Yeah.
But at the same time we don't want to hear them.
Right.
You have to hear them. So I'm saying this to any woman that might be on the line listening, or any brother. The only way we can know that a woman really is down for you is when she's listening to you. When she hears you, not just in the moment of whatever, but she hears you. And a lot of times, if we would listen to our brothers, young, old, in between, boyfriend, girlfriends, brothers or sisters, fathers, they wouldn't be in the streets doing the things that they're doing, because they know that there's somebody back home that values them, that loves them, that wants to see them walk through that door every day. They won't have to feel the need to prove, because who are you proving yourself to? Who are you really proving yourself to in these streets? Nobody.
Exactly.
Everybody else out there don't give a crap about you. But if you proving yourself to me by coming home to me every day, because you're making smart choices, because real men make smart choices. I don't have to prove to some knucklehead on the street that I'm tougher than him. I'm going to prove that I'm a man by getting home to the people that love me. That's way more important than anything you can do in the street.
Exactly. And this is why I said before that, like, to piggyback off of what you're saying, that if a lot of women are not in their role, then where are they supposed to go?
Exactly.
What are they supposed to be doing? They're living this bachelor lifestyle, for, freelancing it as they go along, because they don't have that home structure, because they don't even see a suitable person to have a home with.
Exactly.
Because y'all be trifling. Y'all want to be outside too, so you don't mind if your man is outside. But you see, and this is something that's interesting too, is like, I always talk about the importance of finding out all information and finding out what it is to be married, what it is to be divorced, what happens through divorce. Like, you have to really know the intricate details before you decide to venture off into such a strong contract. Okay, not the marriage part is a whole different conversation, but the contract itself is a different part of the conversation as well. But it's interesting because if we're honest, marriage to the right woman, let me say it again. Disclaimer again.
Don't disclaim it. Say it.
To the right woman.
Right.
To the right woman. To a positive woman. To a woman who loves you. To a woman who admires you. To a woman who respects you. To a woman who is not afraid to apologize to you. To a woman that esteems you. To the woman that is in support of everything that you are as a man. When you are married to the right woman, it is also protection for men. For a lot of different reasons. You want to know why? Because instead of being out there, you at home. You can't go to nothing because you always at home, because you're like, oh no, I don't know. She cooking something new tonight. I don't really know. I don't really know if I could go because we had plans and we watching that series on Netflix. We can't, because it's peaceful, as we've been saying throughout the entire conversation, where you reside. So you're not trying to venture out and fill a void and spend time with other people around you. And it can be a positive influence, but also, like I said, a form of protection. Some people have been saved because they've been in the house with their wife and their kids, and they missed the party that they could have gone to with their homeboys if they was out there like that. That's why it's so important that these conversations that we have in regards to not everything that goes on in our community is not separate from relationships. It's all one package. That's why anything that goes on, I can be like, okay, hold on, women. Hold on, ladies. Now, what you said, because this and because that, I see Terrell in the back. Terrell, just show me your face on camera in the back, and then I can bring you. Okay, there you go. All right, thanks. That was quick. All right.
One thing I can say that when River was talking about the right woman, because we've talked about this before on another time, is that there is a woman created just for you. There is a woman created just for you. And you have to be ready for her, just like she has to be ready for you. So at the end of the day, when she comes, it's gonna be such a connection that, like River said, the street what? Street who? Why you calling me? No, dude, I can't even want to get down like that no more. I'm just saying. They're like,
That's how you say your baddie.
Okay, well, you all up under honey bug. Yeah, I'm here. I am. Feet cuddled and all. Not coming out tonight. You might see me in the spring.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. Yeah.
Get married and we'll come.
Things like rich yet, dude.
Get married and we come to the wedding. But but I wanted to say this. I mean, this is a little off topic, and we're cooking, so I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. But I just want to add my 2 cents, but we're gonna leave that for another conversation. But I don't even know, for a man, I don't even know if it's just one woman that is compatible with him. I think he just gotta throw a rock and hit one, and then he will have that spouse. I don't necessarily think that there's just one, because I think I understand what you're saying, but I think that that's one of the problems that a lot of our women have, is that a lot of our women think like, oh, I'm the one, we're soulmates, or I'm the only one that's for you, and I'm the only one that you can be with. And so that mentality will make that man feel like they can't go anywhere else because she's the only one for them, when in actuality, that's not really true, because you get with a woman and you kind of form her to your liking as long as she has the base qualities. So I think for a woman has the mindset of like, I need a man who fulfills all of these things. And when she finds that, she's like, oh yes, this is my soulmate. But I think for a man, there's a certain standard: looking good, being respectful, morals, cleanliness. Like, there's a certain criteria that a person should meet, but I don't think that it would be limited to just one person only out there for that one man. That's a different conversation. Like I said, I knew saying that it was gonna get us to come down a rabbit hole, but that's leading down the conversation of just like, a man can make a woman his wife, but a woman can't force a man to be her husband, if that makes sense. Because the men are the ones who create that commitment. So a man is the one who says, I want you to be my wife. A woman, she always wants everybody to be her husband. Every boyfriend she gets, she like, oh my God, it was amazing. He's the one. He's my soulmate. And she break up. She be like, oh my God, he's my soulmate. New
Keep
person
this
said,
in mind.
huh?
Okay, keep this in mind. Men control access to marriages and relationships. It's the women who control access to sex. That's something we have to all remember.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which goes back to what we kind of said before, which, like, River, you mentioned the ideal marriage, and while you were saying that, I was just thinking, like, I don't know if a lot of ladies like them dudes that want to stay home and don't want to be in the mix, and who, in the beginning when they're younger, I think,
That means they're not.
and
That
I
means
had a
they're not
question
doing.
for y'all.
Yeah,
I had a
they
question
want
for River.
they want to run the streets in their teens and 20s. Then when they start knocking on 30, oh, now they want to go find a good man. The man that they friend zoned in college, friend zoned in high school, the man that they said, oh, you too boring for me. I can't do the hype thing. Now
I
you
hear
want to
that a
chase them
lot.
same dudes down after you done hit the wall and no one's checking for you anymore. I see it so many times, it's ridiculous.
I want to say this,
Kids,
that
all of that.
once you start traveling to other countries, good, decent black men, they gonna want you back when they see you having fun and finding a good wife. This means that if a black man go anywhere and have a better life in America and they see you happening, they gonna want you back, start coming to you once their livelihood don't go the way they should, because the man they messing with now ain't gonna stay there forever. They gonna run away or they gonna break away from them once they don't get what they want, because the Pookie and Ray Ray is gonna go through and ran them dry, and then they're gonna be worn out before they reach in their dirties.
Well, look what happened to Takeoff, right? Takeoff got shot and killed, and in those relationships, the female gets spiritually, emotionally shot and killed by being in those relationships with people who tear her down and destroy her. For the man, it was physical. Ain't no coming back. And sometimes for the women in those instant gratification relationships, they wind up getting hit with a straight bullet, and they are emotionally and spiritually and relationally and romantically almost finished, and sometimes ain't no coming back. At least that's kind of what I see.
You said you had a question, Edward. I want you to ask your question, and then Terrell, I also want you to actually give your perspective. I know we were kind of making the rounds, but I also want you to give your perspective on the matter as well. But go ahead, Edward, with your question.
Thank you. My question was, if you were Takeoff's wife or girlfriend, what would you have said to make him stay home or to go home that night before that happened?
Okay, so I want to be clear. I'm gonna answer the whole question. I'm gonna answer it wholly.
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing is that they are celebrities, right? And celebrities, when they go out, they do have meet and greets. They have events that they have to do. Like, they have things. And there's some men that, like, no matter what you're doing or providing for them, if they want to go out with their boys, they're going. Especially because it wasn't a situation where he was just going out with his boys and he, like, in a club. Like, he's literally at a bowling alley, yes, but he's with his family. He's with his family member. So it's kind of like, as a woman, you don't overstep your boundary by telling your man, no, you have to stay home with me. You got to stay here with me. No, you can't go out, because it seems as though you're trying to be controlling. So you have to just wade in the water. But sometimes, and listen, everybody has intuition. Women have it and men have it. But you see that womb energy, it be giving you stuff. Okay, it be giving you the downloads, because I don't know, because life grows in there. You just have a certain connection, and those who know will know. And the thing is that sometimes it's just having a real conversation, like, if you have this feeling, right? Because we have to take into account too, like with Lauren and Nip, she was home with him, everything was fine. He was going to the shop like he always do. She didn't have any inclination. She didn't have any weird feeling. She didn't have any weird vibe. But sometimes, so I want to just make that clear, right? Because it kind of goes in line with this comment as well that says, with this comment on the screen, where it's not necessarily a thing that you can stand in the way of everything. But sometimes it's, if you do have a feeling, saying, I have a weird feeling, I don't think you need to go. Who are going? You sure you're gonna, like, I think sometimes in him having that trust in you, he's gonna be like, oh yeah, you know what, if y'all are in tune, because you're not stressing him out, nagging him, always trying to stifle him from going out with his boys. Oh, you just trying to keep me in the house like you always are. If you guys are in tune because you're not operating from a place of insecurity, but from a place of love, he's gonna feel that. Like if you say, I don't know, I feel a bad vibe. Like, you know what, you're right. I'm not gonna go. Like it's just gonna be a natural thing. Other times, I think that whenever, to be honest, the only time that it's necessary like to say something is if you feel a vibe. Okay, because otherwise it can be like a form of stifling and living in fear, which I don't promote living in fear. I just promote awareness. You just have to be aware of the possibilities, but you don't want to live like you have to be in the house because you don't want to go anywhere, because life is to be lived and to be enjoyed. But if you have a feeling you should say something, again, he will be able to trust you from that level. And sometimes it's not even about what you say. It's about the atmosphere that you create at home. And that was the point that I was genuinely making, is that when you create a certain atmosphere at home, it is very hard to get out the house, even when you ain't got no feeling, even when nothing ain't going on, even if the party might be really, really jumping, for real, for real. And it seems like a great event that even you would want to attend, but y'all be in the house and you looking around at the atmosphere, you're like, I really don't feel like finding something to wear to put on tonight. Like, I really don't feel like, getting ready to do. I done cooked. The food is on the stove, and even if I don't cook tonight, we can order in and we could watch that series that we said we was gonna watch. And guess what? We could drink here. Like when you have that kind of home that is so comfortable that other people come to your house and they don't even be wanting to leave. Like that's my thing. Like I'd be like, okay, you gotta go.
Yeah, I get it.
But when you create that atmosphere alone, it's a space that people don't want to venture out from. So that was the point that I was ultimately making. When I saw that comment about JFK and stuff like that, let's be clear. If we're not going to tell the whole story, we can't talk about that. Okay, if we're not going to talk about the entire story of all of these things that he just mentioned, we're not going to talk about that. But I'm just talking about a place that is fun, and especially when you're in relationships that are loving, and when you're experiencing bliss within your relationship, the two of y'all can have a party by yourself. Y'all really don't need nobody else. Everybody else is extra. Like everybody else is an addition, but like y'all be good by yourself. So that's my perspective, and I want to hear what Elsie has to say about that as well. And then Terrell, I want to get to you so we can get to what you wanted to bring to this conversation as well.
I think it is the utmost importance for a woman to establish the atmosphere of her home, because we are the carers for the home. And when you and I can honestly say that's part of the reason my husband will tell you in a heartbeat, he don't care about going nowhere. He's like, when I get up at 5 o'clock, he said, I am rushing to get come through that door. He was like, because even if you're not home from work yet, it's just the fact that when I walk in, I'm like, whew, this is it right here. He was like, I don't care if we so we might go out one day out the week, which is a Friday, but on a norm, like his boys used to call, and they don't even call anymore. That's just how it is. No, literally, I have to sometimes say, don't you want to call so-and-so? He's like, for what? I was like, because I really want you out of the house for about an hour. And he's like, I'll go to the gym and work out and give you your time, and then I'll come back. I was like, okay, I'll take that. But when you have an atmosphere, and like she said, when people come over, like I literally have to say, okay, y'all got here at 7. It's going on 1 o'clock. I really need y'all to go home. They're like, is it over? It's been over.
We said bye 10 times.
Get out the door. Kind of thing. I mean, to the point where people are like, you have a party or get together, and they're like, so are we having something in 2 weeks? So when are we coming back? No.
That's why I didn't want to have it in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. So when you have someone who establishes that kind of thing, and that you're like literally happy to see each other walk in the door, and the smile comes on her face when you enter, and the smile comes on yours when she enters, that's peace. And you don't care nothing about the world out there. We don't care nothing about going nowhere. We don't really have to. We go sometimes, we're like, we really should get out the house this week, you think? And he's like, I don't really feel like it. I'm like, me
and go to a restaurant and be like, I could have made this at home.
yeah, or you're just like, I don't really feel like we've made plans with people, and I'm like 3 hours before. So who you gonna call, or we want me to call? Because I don't really feel like it tonight. And like River said, we'll order something from the same restaurant we supposed to go to. Just because we like the food. And they're like, oh, that's
because I know, Elsie, I'm laughing because
it's trifling. I know it is. Because because the other couple's like, them Bamas ain't even gonna show. I would rather call and tell you we not coming than for you to come and we
keep inviting us though, because maybe we'll show up.
No, they no longer invite us because they know better. So, yeah, so like River said, popcorn, couple of brews, he gets his favorite drink. We on the couch watching whatever series, Netflix and YouTube might have. So when you get that, you don't want to be in the street.
But the thing is, Elsie, not to cut you off, but the thing is that people don't understand that unless they experience that.
Right.
Because that can sound, as much as we giggling, like to the outside female, that might sound like y'all boring. Like it can sound so until you really experience it. And that's how I know that a lot of people have not experienced not only just functional relationships, but happy, fulfilling relationships, because if they did, they would be searching for it.
Yes.
They wouldn't want to be outside, because outside, to me, outside look crazy.
It does.
Like, to me, I'm looking at y'all like, okay, so what happened to, you're not dating him anymore. Oh, my God. Okay. So now it's someone else. Okay, so now you have to get to know this person. Okay, cool, great. You get to know him. Not him anymore either. Okay, and now you have to keep dressing up and going out to these dinners. And not to say that you don't want to look your best self, but like, okay, we're starting all over again. Okay, cool. All right, and now you in the club, you spending all this money in the club to be with your girls because you're trying to convince everybody that you're so happy. Okay, no thanks.
If you were so happy.
When we young, you're 18 and you're trying to figure out life and stuff like that, and you go out or whatever. I mean, I get it, because you don't know it. It's the unknown, so it seems fun and cool. But when you're grown, it's like,
girl, why?
Y'all just standing up and each other.
Like what's crazy, Riv, is like, for me, like my girlfriends and a couple people from Friday, they were like, girl, we need to plan a girls' night out. I'm like, let me check my calendar. You talking about December? I can put you on for December. I can't get you in no sooner than December.
And when December come around, don't be shocked if I hit that "Hey girls" a couple hours before.
But I said I will go, because I haven't done a girls' night out in years. I mean that's just honest. Because I'm like, when I hang out with him.
I have one friend.
Yeah.
Okay. And I say that truthfully. Like, I have one friend. Like, I have other people who they think I'm their friend.
They're associates.
They're my associate. Like, I would not consider them a friend. But I have like one friend that I've had since I was like 14, right? Okay. And like, even with her, like, me and her she's like a sister to me. She's not even like my friend. And even with her, like, I'd be like, okay, girl, it's Sunday. It's 8:30 in the morning. Are you up? Because I can come pass by because I'm going grocery shopping. Like, at this point in time, I have time. And I haven't seen you in about 5 months. So we can link up. Let's have a hot chocolate, a coffee, or whatever. Let's hang out for this amount of time. And then I'm leaving so I can go back about my regular scheduled program and go handle my business. And it's Sunday, and I'm Jamaican, and I got to cook Sunday dinner. So I'm going to holler at you again. I'm going to try to make it not as distance, but at the same time, don't count on it.
You just got to understand. Yeah.
Don't count on it. And there's nothing wrong, again, with living your life and, like, going out every once in a while. But, like, when you're out constantly. You're filling a void.
Yes.
I don't care what you say.
That's what it is.
And so to bring it all back, sorry, we kind of got off a little tangent. This girl talk got a little fun, but to bring it all back to what Edward was asking, it's just that when you create that home, I'm sorry, but I just snapped back in and realized that everyone else was still here. I got way too carried away with that conversation with Elsie. I feel like I'm like on the phone with her. Anyway, that's funny. But to bring it all back, to what Edward was asking, it's just creating that safe space, creating that comforting environment, creating that peace. And when that peace is created, things don't even have to be explained or said, because the atmosphere is already set. Like, you already home. You don't have to go out and go buy. There's dinner on the stove. It's been hot. It's been ready. You take a shower. I'll serve your plate. We eat some dinner. We watch some TV. You have a drink if you want to. You have some hot chocolate if you want to. You have some tea whatever you want to have. And the atmosphere is already set. So your home space is way more comforting and way more entertaining than anything else you would get outside. So you already don't feel like going outside. And particularly when you ask the question about Takeoff and himself, I don't even think he's in a relationship at all. So that bachelor lifestyle is very much being outside, because you're going to get the new pick of the week. When you go outside, you're going to pick up the new pick of the week or new picks of the week and bring them back with you, and then repeat the same cycle. So it's like you have to go outside to bring these people with you. And that's why I say that the right woman can be a protection for her man, because she's at home creating that safe space and he be in the house. So to wrap that up, sorry. Anyways, Terrell, sorry about that, Terrell. We got off on a little tangent, but
that's okay.
I want to let you have the conversation as well.
Well, I realize this title is about black men, and it's about black men deserve to grow old and to be loved. To me, I realize in America, black men are never happy. They don't never want to see a black man happy. They always want to see them mad, sad, depressed, and always want to see them committing crimes, killing other black people. Because some people get satisfaction out of that and make money off of it. But to me, when black men are happy and living a good life and fulfill the potential like everyone else, it becomes a problem. Look like for America to be successful and happy, they got always want to put the black man down and never see them successful. That's why they always want to kill them, put them in prison, and sabotage anything they're trying to do economically, because they do feel and jealous of black men because they know what they're capable of doing. And that's why I said that when they go to foreign countries for better life, they often hated that because it makes them look bad. And it also is that sometimes when black men don't get what they want or don't have the life they like in their own community and trying to explore other options, there's some group of women that feels type of way when they feel like they ain't wanted anymore, and when their preference, when they tie their preference and it don't serve them no more good, then they want the same man they rejected to come back to them again. It's just because they were lame, because they thought in the past in high school and college they were lame, boring, or they didn't get no excitement and entertainment action from them. So they decided to not to mess with them back in the day and go for the Pookie and Ray Rays, the ones who about drama, action, and excitement. Men that easily can give them babies, get them caught up in the system, or put them into property. Because these men was about themselves and their lifestyle. But once these women go live through that and experience the hardships and realize that not the lifestyle it meant to be, then they want to go the other way around, because they start feeling a type of way once they see men having families, going on road trips, having dinners, and being a family and just being happy. And when they don't have that, they start feeling some type of way. They feel some kind of resentment, because I hear this before, because I hear women saying, well, this could be me if I didn't mess with drug dealers and gangbangers. So But to me, black men have a right to be happy, but as black people in the whole got a right to be mad and angry as they want with this system in this country of America, because we live in a racialistic society. So black people have a right to be mad for the rest of their lives for what's been done to us. So I believe other black people from other parts of the world have a right to be mad too, because other parts of the world, black people was oppressed and they've been colonized by different European countries, and from all over the world, black people are treated bad. From Africa, the Caribbeans, Latin Americas, even mixed race black people are treated bad. So, and I realize you are Jamaican, so hopefully you can give us many insight of the Jamaican culture. Because I believe your country is still under the leadership, which is now King Charles, which was formerly under the Queen Elizabeth. Hopefully, y'all become an independent country and break away from King Charles and have that black independent freedom that long sought. So to me, I'm a black man myself, and I realize it's a very hard struggle in America to be a black man, and because everything is against you, nothing in favor. Because black men don't get propped up the same way that white men do, because black men always be put down. And to me, that actually can cause black men to have mental illness and feel bad about themselves and be in depression. But luckily, black men are so strong, they fight against it and can survive through all of that, because black people can survive through anything. We went through the worst there was for years, and we still here, where other races and groups of people went extinct, like different Native American tribes and the Tino Indians and other black groups went extinct, but we still here to this day, thankfully.
Yes. So I want to say a couple of things based off of what you said, Terrell. The first thing I want to say, because I know my Jamaicans will get me if I don't say this, but so Jamaica actually got independence in 1962, but I don't blame you for not knowing that Jamaica is an independent country, because a lot of the, like, especially King Charles, like and the Dutch, I don't even know, I forgot what's the son, this is horrible, I don't remember his name. What's the son, not Harry that married the girl that's mixed. What's the other son's name?
Charles, I believe.
Charles. William. One of them.
William.
I don't. Okay, but y'all know who I'm talking about. But like, whenever they go to Jamaica, like, they are treated as if they're still in control, and so that's why I don't blame people who don't necessarily understand or know the dynamics of it, because they still treat, they still kind of are, kind of not. Like, they still have. I don't want to get into it, but basically, I don't blame you for saying that. Yes, William. And another thing that I want to say is that, based off of what you're saying about, you know, we do have, based off of things that have happened, we could be angry, right? We could be upset. We could sing on that for as long as we wanted to. We could bring it up every single chance that we get if we wanted to, because it was so harsh and so toxic. But in the same aspect, like, life again is to be lived and to be enjoyed. And what I really want to mention is that not just because we can withstand anything, as you said, or because the black man can withstand anything and he's so strong, means that he should always have to be. Means that we need to give him more stuff to withstand, especially being the counterpart. And it really, it hurts me because, from women and men together, like, psychologically, there's a lot of trauma, there's a lot of things that happen that has ripped apart our unit, but we need each other. We're the only people that can really understand each other, and then turn around and be talking about the other person. And it's like, but we're the only ones who really can understand each other, but we don't. And really quick, just before I forget, and then anybody else, we're just gonna have the free for all. We can just have the conversation. In regards to Jamaica, Jamaica's a very different country in some aspects, but I want to make this clear. I'm Jamaican and Black American. My father is a Black American man. His Everybody he knows is from here, okay? And my mother is a Jamaican woman, and so I've always understood both because though my biological father, I did not grow up, I never knew, different conversation. My stepfather is also a Black American man, and everybody he knows is from here. And he made it his duty to teach me a lot of information and instill a lot of wisdom into, me, my sisters and I as we're growing up so that we have that knowledge. And we're very there's a lot of differences between this landmass and Black people elsewhere because of a lot of different things. However, there's a lot of similarities. And I think that people would rather sing on the differences than actually look at the similarities because we get it. Like whether people are abroad or whatever, like they understand the struggle because no matter what, you're looked at a certain way. Like even in Jamaica, where there's majority Black people in Jamaica, there's still colorism there, right? And you have a lot of people who bleach their skin. I hate talking about it, but it's true. Like a lot of people who bleach their skin to get lighter because they say if I look lighter, I'll get a better job. So, and so there is a lot of similarities between all the countries. That's why for me, I don't care what people say. I know, FBA, ADOS, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like, everybody has their own perspective, and I don't fight anyone from their own perspective. I don't. But we Black people, we're all Africans. I don't care how long you've been here. I don't care if you mix with the native blood. I don't care if you mix with Taino blood. I don't care what it is. We're Black people, and so we share an experience. Regardless of if you're in England, Africa, whatever, we all share that one experience. And to me, in my eyes, we're one. So, but that's just my own perspective. I can't speak for everybody. I know some people. I'm like, no, we not. We not one. It's different, but that's my perspective. John, you're back.
Yes,
I'm happy. You know, it's so funny. When I was doing this live stream, I actually thought about you. You know why? Because you always talk about how you represent for the Pookies and the Ray Rays, but I thought about when I thought about the situation, I was like, I would wonder what his perspective would be. So when I saw you come up, I was like, yay! I'm glad that he's going to be a part of this conversation. So I have to hear your perspective.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Appreciate you, Raven. Appreciate everybody on the panel. You feel me? Y'all been saying some real shit all night. You feel me? And I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm representing for the Pookies and Ray Rays. I got to. But the main reason why it's like I feel like it's like a disconnect. You feel me? It ain't like I feel like it's a lot of misguidedness, like with our community. You feel me? It's like I came from a broken household, like most of us. You feel me? Like streets. My brother doing 26, and it's crazy he doing 26 because I ain't gonna get into that story. But we feel me? Like we be in the streets, so it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But the reason why we in the streets is because I'm gonna keep it, but it's because it's like for us. Like I joined the military, right? I was in the military and I wasn't accepted. You know what I mean? Did everything, tried to fight for my country, do all this shit, and they still looked at us like we ain't even like we half of a soldier. The second battalion Rangers was Black, came in with no shoes. They was over there fighting wars and shit with no boots and shit. You feel me? Serving our country. You feel me? With half of the equipment that the rest of the soldiers got. The same treatment we get treated today. We dumpster that. So. As a straight dude, my brother, the same one I got 26 years, he asked me, should I join the military? He called me before he got the years. I'm like, nah, don't join this shit, bro. Like, this shit ain't for us. So we ain't, as warriors, we ain't got no place in this world. Black, white people, they got places. They got an area for them where they gonna honor their warriors. As us, we don't. So if I'm a blood, I'm a Crip, I'm a gang member, and you a warrior at heart, and I see you as a youngster, and I'm like, hey, look, I see you got something in you. Come join us. You feel like you got a place. You feel me? So it's like misguided people in our community because the people who bringing them into they fraction or they jersey they in some street shit. Are they in the wrong type of they in the wrong mindset? So I feel like that's what it is. Like me, I'm in the street still. I'm forever be. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. But I do nonprofit work too. That's the main reason why they got me in this nonprofit work, because I got influence with the streets. But I understand my young people, you feel me? It's like Y'all ain't nothing wrong with y'all. Don't when the white people feel like thugs, they go join the army or the military, army or the police force. We ain't got that, so we gonna get bashed every time we try to do something. But I'm helping us build that for us. So when you come back and you got some, I know what that feeling like. You feel me? You a protector. You feel me? You ain't got the IQ, but you got the heart. Some people who got the IQ ain't got the heart, but you don't fit in the school, so you're a failure. So what I do, I joined the military. But we ain't got that for everybody. So that's my piece. I just feel like we just need a place for our warriors for real. The Pookies and Ray Rays, we need to stop with the labeling because that's divisive. You feel me?
I agree.
Well, all these, because as human beings, we know where we came from. Even when we made it out, we know the people who got left behind what they was going through. And for us to forget about what they went through, we know better than the celebrities who made it out and never came back and front the hood. Like we got to stop with all that. You feel me? That's my main piece on that. I'm sorry if I took up too
No,
much.
no. I want your piece of it because this is a perspective that we can't bring, right? Like we can't bring the perspective, and how can we have the full conversation if we don't have somebody that can bring that perspective? And it was funny because I was like, if this person doesn't show up and that person doesn't show up, I'm gonna have to call somebody and tell them, to be because I wanted this perspective so bad. I really did. Um, so I have a couple questions first of all, but one thing that I do want to say is that I understand what you mean by warrior heart. Like there are some people who are just on it. Like they're just willing to protect, to cover, they just have that in them. And what you said about having their place is really, really true. Like because it's expressed and it's understood when it's the white man, right? Like, oh, he a hunter, oh, he's a this, oh, he's a this. Like he has a different places to exercise whatever he wants to, and for us, it's like, oh, you're just so dangerous. Like, don't do nothing. Actually, matter of fact, not only don't do nothing, but don't be nothing either, because we don't have time for that. Like, and so it's disheartening. But in regards to you being in the streets, like, and seeing, wait, before I get there, before I ask that question, I also want to say that in regards to what you were saying about going back, I'm a very rootsy person. Okay, I don't know how I can explain that, but it's too hard for me to articulate. But like, I'm a very down person. Like people see me and they see my image and they assume that I'm maybe like snooty or like in Starbucks all day, and I'm like very not like that. Like I'm very down to earth, I'm a real person, and I understand, which is I don't know if you caught it, but what I was saying before is when you go to you made it out the hood. Everybody else can't make it out the hood. Okay, it's just not. It's a possibility that they could, but the probability that it will happen is a different thing. And when you go back to the hood, it seemed like you can be also flossing on the people around you if you're not willing to offer a helping hand, or if, like Edward said, like you changing up. So I completely understand that, but where do you think the disconnect happens? This is a question now. The disconnect happens where you are out the hood and you do want to come back, but some people who come back are not received well, and then they have these problems. Like, what do you think about that? Especially because you be in the street. So, like, with this situation, it's not uncommon to you that things happen. But, like, what are your,
Hey, that's a good ass question. I done been. I feel like that's like it's a hard question because everybody different. It depends on that
Right.
person that you're dealing with. They got their own reasons why they feel some type of way towards you. But for the most part, it's the miseducation. Like they don't know what you did to earn what you got. They feel like you got to hand it to you. So they feel like you got to hand it to you. Then they gonna feel like, okay, you feel me? I'm gonna hate on what you got. I didn't have my car bipped. I don't know if y'all know what bipping is, but motherfuckers splash your shit and try to steal the us coming out here in Oakland. So if y'all come out here, don't be leaving y'all shit with y'all purses in it, because that's what we do out here. We steal shit out of cars.
I went to LA one time. Not LA. I wasn't even in LA, but I went to California once, and I was there for about for a while. And I'm not gonna lie, I did not like the air of LA. It felt so weird to me because it's like New York it's like New York and looks like Miami. But the energy, like the way how people move in New York, they might be shisty or whatever, and like you have to watch your back. But LA is very like slick with it, and I don't like that. Like it's very like you don't know what's
Feel
really going on, but you can tell something is off, and you don't know what the next move is gonna be. And like, LA's always been like that kind of unique place in that aspect. So you don't have to worry about me and no car in LA. But anyway, sorry, continue.
For sure. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like it be like I ain't gonna lie. I had a sibling. He was hating on me. I went to the military when I first cut. I went to the military and everything, and he thought I had it better than what it was. And now, like, he live in a military state, so you know what's going on. I mean, yeah, you know what's going on with it, but it's just miseducation. Like, people feel like you got it, like it was handed to you, and they know where they at. So it's like, damn, you left me, and you feel me, and they feel like they feel so far behind. It's just like that it's like Instagram, like motherfuckers be seeing motherfuckers and then they just don't know what they got it or what they meant through. They see the post, the pictures, they only see the glamour and glitz, they don't know what really came with it. So I feel like if you really fuck with somebody, I'm gonna keep it a bang. If you really fuck with somebody and you love them, you should keep it 100 with them and tell them everything. Tell them the trials and tribulations and what you going to get there. Don't just show them like, oh, I'm rich now, like, cause they gonna get from me. Show them what you like. Like, come on, let me show you how this. I gotta go sign these papers. I gotta go invest. I gotta save money. I gotta do this. I gotta do that, so they can know what the process is. Because when you come back to the hood, and they don't see the process. They gonna eat you up. I swear to God, they gonna eat you up. It happens to all of us.
I get that. I think this is where I can understand from a different perspective, like kind of like you know, going to Jamaica and then like being from, you know, living here, and it looks like this big land of freedom that you can just like make all this money and there's so much opportunity. And when you go to Jamaica, you have family that are living in, you know, ways that you're like, you can help them, but not to the extent that they think. Like they think that you can like literally pay their rent, or they're not even rent because they don't even really have rent there. A lot of them live in houses that they've had forever. But like they think that you can just fund or just buy them all these things or just constantly send them all these things. And it's like, I still got to pay my bills. Like, do you know how much lettuce is in the grocery store right now? Like, you know, like, and it is expressing that, but it's being in communication about that. So I do understand what you're saying. Another question I have for you though, and anybody, we can all, you know, talk to John, but another question I have for you though is, so in regards to this exact situation, what's your perspective? I'm not even gonna ask in detail anything. I just want you to tell me like your initial thoughts about the entire situation.
Some more with the Migos.
Yeah. I mean, but Migos, but like, I mean, well, you're in LA, so like PNB, like PNB, I think it might be a completely different situation based off of what I see is going on. But like just a summing up of like this whole situation of like going in the hood and operating in like just your perspective.
That's a no-go. When you make it out the hood, like today's status, you should stay out the hood and only bring people with you. Only time you go out back to the hood is when you're trying to help. You shouldn't be just going to the hood on no casual, like, unless you going to somewhere where you get your people. Like all that little general stuff, he just chilling like he used to do. That's out once you make it out the hood because there's too many people hungry, and you can't get upset with them when they hungry and they just happen. To them, they look like God sent you there. Like, I'm hungry, my stomach happened, and you a feast just sitting here. Like, what's the coincidence of this? P&B rock right here while I'm hungry. I'm starving. Like, to a person who in the streets, you a blessing. You know what I mean? So when you that status, either you come in as a blessing, like, oh, let me come out and help out the hood, or you stand on top of your hill. Don't come down here to come out here and make it seem like, all right, I can just do this. Nah, unless you done made it way so you can do that. Cause there's people out here starving. Like you said earlier, you was like, it's a third world country in America. So what makes you think you can leave the third world hood and come back to it and you ain't did nothing for it and you just gonna be good? That ain't how things work. And that's sad, but I know what it feels like. I didn't did everything under the sun. From rock, I didn't get it all. So I know. If when you get hungry, you hungry. And then like I was saying, it's like you got people in your ear telling you ain't this, that, this, and the other. We got bills to pay. So what? I'm gonna dress in all black. We gonna go get this money right quick. And whoever outside, they're a victim. They're a victim. It ain't for me to be sitting up here to be, this. I mean, I'm sad, of course. You feel me? I'm sad in that position. Period. But we got to do while we in that position. It's just like a lion. They got to hunt. You feel me? You got to hunt. And I anybody would in that situation. Like to say you not is to say you not a human because we all got animal instincts in us when it's time to survive. We all got survival skills. Or you gonna die. And they put us in a place of black people where we always surviving. We always in survival mode. So some people survive different than others, but we always in survival mode. So that's where it's at with it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely hear that. Like, because it is that, especially when it's like in places like the hood or the ghetto, whatever you want to call it. Like, it is a place of like eat or be eaten. And if you know that because you came from there, why are you there? Like, what's the point of going there? And one of the biggest things that I don't understand, and I will never understand, is when people have a certain amount of status and they don't have security. Like, you can't be that cool. You can't trust this person that much. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so I definitely agree with what you're saying. And there's so many people from a long time ago. I mean, Jay-Z, a lot, like, there's too many people who have said it over, like, they are not going back. Like, they're not going back. Like, they can do everything that they want to do right from here. They can send some people over there to help you out, but they do not want to be there because they don't want to, you know, have to take that on. And so I get that. I completely get that. I think it's just unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. And like you said, because one of the main things that you just said was, again, a lot of people are saying like, you ain't this, you ain't that, so you have no other choice than to go out there and get it. It's not 100% uncommon, but it's rare, especially in this time, that you even have women that are like supporting. Okay, that are like, I support you, babe. No, you don't have to go out there. You don't have to go out there and do this. It is okay. We will find a way. Like, it takes those good women to be in your corner to say like, no, change behavior. Like, let's do these different results. Let's do these things. And a lot of women, again, because they want to live the certain lifestyle, so floss with their homegirls on social media. They don't mind you going out there and hunting somebody, regardless of what might happen to you, because they're dependent on that bag just like you are. So I don't care what you do. I don't care who you rob. I don't care what you go out there, go get that bag, bring it back to me, because I need my nails done and I need a fresh wig.
Yeah, female location and hella shit. You feel me? That just it. And if you don't even do it, they damn near gonna guilt you into not doing. Like if you don't do it, I'm gonna find somebody else. You damn like you feel me? Like god damn bitch.
Right.
Right. So it's like it's just wicked. You feel me? It is what it is though. This is the life we live. So it's all you know. You feel me? I mean, like you can go walk into a store and just start working that job and get paid. You feel me? Enough to really support a family. So motherfuckers don't support their family, and you can't tell them how.
That's something that I really, really am interested in, and people probably wouldn't know that, but one of the things I'm really interested in, especially when it comes to like underserved communities, is how to transition people out of that mindset and also be able to support them, because it's really hard for people who be hustling and who be doing stuff in the street that make a certain amount of money to then go and be like, oh yeah, let's work at McDonald's. Listen, it's not that people won't do it. People will do it because of their desperation of like, I want to do something different. But for people who have been in that lifestyle for so long, it's really hard for them to transfer out of that lifestyle because it's like they can't find something that will pay them. And so that's something I'm really, really intrigued by, because when you go, I say it here, we have third world countries here, literally in America, but like, especially I was in Jamaica recently, and like when you really see like how people live when they don't have it, if you have a heart or if you have a certain mindset, you have a certain like, because I wasn't just in like, no nice, I was like in the hood there too. Like seeing people and understanding like the situation and what it really is. Like, some people don't got one pair of shoes. Like, some people ain't got no shoes. You know what I'm saying? And like, you drive on the street and you see some people who have like a little, stuff that they just found and put a house together. And she's, with her kids and washing clothes like it's nothing. And it's like, she don't know how bad she's suffering. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, she can't even fathom. And we have that here in America. I'm saying that about Jamaica, but we have that here in America. People living in tents and stuff, like, for real. And so I get it. You know, when people are hungry, are you're like you said, if you're not coming to help them, then you must be coming to feed them. And if you don't, and don't go there. Like, and just don't go if that's the case. I saw Hustler came back, so it seems like you wanted to say something, Hustler.
I was just listening to my man speak. He gave me some insights.
That's
I
important.
got something for that.
And I wanted to say something. I remember he mentioned how, women are so accustomed to a certain lifestyle. They want different wigs every day. They want their nails done and all this kind of stuff. Man, do you have any idea how many times I've hung out with women and I noticed they all glamorize and stuff like that? And it makes me wonder, okay, how the hell can you afford to pay for all this stuff? Now, at first I speculate maybe she paid for it for herself, but looking back, now I'm starting to wonder, who's doing all this extra stuff for these women? It makes me wonder now, how are they doing this? How can they afford to buy wigs and pedicures and manicures? my younger self didn't contemplate it, but looking back years later, a decade later, I'm starting to wonder. She got some other dude paying for this stuff, but she want to hang out with me and give me access to her. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I getting myself into here? What am I getting myself into?
It's just like when exactly, and it's just like that. Them girls who were saying that they'd rather be with a scammer than be with a real, like, with a guy that have a regular job. And it's because that scammer is spending money that don't belong to him. So of course you can spend $1,000 on a wig. That man who's working 40, 50 hours a week to get that check, he's looking at you like, you better brush that hair in a ponytail. Like, you better put some gel and call it a day. And it has to be understood that. But a lot of to bring it back full circle, Adam is in the chat as well. Dang, we got the whole family here. But to bring it back full circle, like, we have to be honest that a lot of women are supporting and promoting and their cause behind a lot of these lifestyles. To bring it back to the title, like, a lot of women are, like, just like how even John said, like, they'll make you feel bad about the fact that you're not gonna come run up on, like, and it's like they're so accustomed to this lifestyle that they think they deserve because of social media. And social media is really, it's a positive thing in a lot of ways, but it's a very negative thing in a lot of ways to our entire society. And like the generation coming up, like now, I'm like, oh my goodness, because it's not reality. Like, you literally see YouTube girls like, hey guys, get ready with me. I'm gonna dress up in my house at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday, and then I'm gonna go take pictures for Instagram. So y'all thinking that they live in this luxurious lifestyle, and it's like, no, they literally just dressed up to take that picture, and then they're coming home to wash it all off, and like, they're not outside. Like, and so now you're putting pressure on Edward, John, Adam, Hustler, and Kashawn, and saying, y'all need to hurry up and do this because I want to have this like this, and that's not even the reality. And at the detriment of your man.
I have literally heard women say things like, well, I'm accustomed to a certain lifestyle. I like this kind of lifestyle. Okay, that's your problem right there. You want a man to fund a lifestyle that you're so used to because you got a standard that's just too unrealistic and over the top. How about, oh God, it's hard for me to explain, but I've heard women say that many times, that they're accustomed to a certain lifestyle based on what they see on TV, what they see. I'm like, and she said she want a rich man. I'm like, I ain't no rich dude.
Well, I'll stop you right there.
Oh God.
Wrong place if you're looking for a rich dude. Ain't a rich
The nonsense I have to hear from the modern woman, it's mind blowing. I don't respond well to nonsense, so I have to tell her like, you're asking for too damn much right there. You're so used to a lifestyle, but if he ain't used to that, it's his problem. How about you be more realistic what you want out of a man instead of worrying about your own damn lifestyle?
I just ventured on to TikTok, like actually like posting content on TikTok or whatever. It's really fun. TikTok is fun. But I'm really on the hunt for like the women that are in this generation that have like a certain mindset. that are not modern minded. Like I'm really on the hunt for them. Like I've been looking for them every chance I get. I'm like, if you want a good man and you don't want to stress him out, where you at? Like I really be calling him out because I'm really on the hunt to find them. Because even like for example, like one of my younger cousins, who I mean he's like a baby to me, but like he, is in that dating phase. He's like in his like late teens, early. I think he's in his early 20s, and he'll tell me like he'll go out with a girl and she'll be like, oh yeah, like I need all my bills paid. And I'm like, you're 20. Like you're 20. Where are you supposed to get this money from? Like, and it's the like a lot of these so it's not he's not even like, and it's like all different types of girls. Like I'm like, okay, well, I had to tell him, like, I'm like, okay, well, that girl is like gorgeous. Okay, I gotta be real with you. That girl has options. Okay, she looks like she could be a model. Maybe you need to tone it down a little bit. Okay, find a girl who looks just like nice, calm, cool, collected that you can work with. Like she cute, she might not be perfect. Like maybe we should start there. And that girl's like, yeah, I need my hair done, and I'm like, okay, well, damn, like.
You got a better chance with the gorgeous one.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I got one quick question. River, why the holy hell was you on TikTok trying to find a non-modern woman? Really? You knew damn well you wasn't gonna find that. What the hell was you doing on TikTok trying to find a woman like that? You out your man.
Yo, I'm glad you said it, bro. I was about to say the same shit. I was like, yo, bro, wrong place, bro.
I found literally one girl responded and was like, I'm here.
And you know what? That's all you're gonna get. Out of the millions of women, one, maybe two or three if you're lucky, gonna respond and be like, I don't have that mindset. You're looking in the wrong spot, sweetheart. I can tell you that right now. And I don't even use TikTok like that. I tried it once but couldn't do nothing with it. But
I'm glad
that's like trying to find a wife. That's like trying to find a wife on Plenty of Fish. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
I know, for real.
And I tried Plenty of Fish, didn't work. Used it for like 6 months. I'm like, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's a hookup.
These females are ridiculous.
I think they said the free ones are like the hookup ones.
Yeah, they are.
Like they people who are looking for a relationship actually pay for the sites. Like if they were paying.
eHarmony.
Yeah, stuff like that. I don't know. Me, my anxiety would be through the roof. Cause, sir, who are you? Like, where did you come from? I need a background check. I need to, who your mama then? Like, I need to know where you come from, because to me, that's so scary. But everybody has different ways of finding people, and especially in 2022. But I'd just be scared. I need to know, can you send me a picture of your driver's license?
No,
I can do a little vet check.
I am glad that you did branch out to TikTok, because there's so many women on there telling women how to get over on a man, how to manipulate a man, how to control a man. Not enough women on how to do the right thing with the right man. Now, I don't know if you know this, but Pearly was on there, and she got banned for doing the same thing you're trying to do.
She got banned?
Yeah, they banned her out.
Pearly be coming to the door swinging though.
You come hard. Right, you do come hard.
Pearly be like, women are beneath men, and they be like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
She ain't afraid to call it out.
Or nothing, like, they fighting her. But,
are we talking about what's her name? It's a Pearly thing, whatever she doing. Yep. Okay, I listen to her too. She can roast some people. Man, she is so soft spoken, but she be going in on people.
She's like, you're a slut, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy.
She would call you a 304 without actually saying you're a 304. It's like, damn, she's so soft spoken, but she goes in.
And she's like, yeah, what about it? Yeah, it's true. And the thing is that and for just a disclaimer for anybody who's watching the replay, whatever, let me tell you something, fellas. If your wife or your baby mama or your girlfriend is on TikTok, ask her for her account. And just make sure she's not on there talking about you, because I have seen so many wives with a whole family, and they have the man in the TikTok, and he don't know what the text on the screen is saying.
Nope. She be talking dog trash about it.
Oh my God! I'm like, oh my gosh.
Bruh.
Why are you paying all the bills?
See, I know
you got a TikTok account. Can I at least join in on the fun? That's what I'm asking. Can I join in on the fun?
I they be like, but that saddens me. I see that a lot too. Like I don't even have TikTok, but I see the clips and I'm like, damn, like even like if it's the wives, that makes it hard for me to want to attach to anybody because I'm like, yo, even when I marry you, you still gonna go behind me when we got issues. Like, bro, that's a breach of security. I can't secure anything in this mug, man. Bro.
And can we talk about, just to bring that full circle, because you just said the right words, can we also talk about, even with these lifestyles and stuff like that, again, the black men deserve to grow old, that a lot of their women are that breach in security?
Yes.
That's why it's important to have the right woman, because a lot of these women will be setting you up, be plotting on you behind your back. What do they call it? Get people lined. That's what they call it, right? That's what they call it, right? I said that to be cool. I said that to be cool. I saw that Instagram.
What did you say? You said what?
They're like, he lined them. She lined them. I'm like, oh, yes, that's the word. But to be honest, like we have to be honest. Like that's why it's so important. But I'm confident though, because one thing that I can say is that being on TikTok, I've had some women come into my comment section and combat me. But when I respond to them, their response is not what I expect. Like I expect that I respond to them and they're gonna be trying to like fight me and tussle me, but a lot of them will be like, "Oh, I didn't see it that way," and I'm like, "Oh,
well, that's good.
See it that way." So I'm confident. I think it's delivery in a sense, but it's not. It's just people who want to know will know. People who want to do better will do better, and I mean, let's be black. I ain't trying to put down nobody else. I come from my family is very mixed. I have a lot of people around, but all these disclaimers every time. But black men is at the top. Swag unmatched. Okay, like there's literally every type of man in the black man. Like every type of facet. Like we're the blueprint. Black women are the blueprint, and unfortunately, black women are the blueprint right now. And I say unfortunately because you have people overseas and stuff like that. You have white girls talking about period poo, period poo, period period up. Like you have like So we are the blueprint, but what are you doing with that? How are you representing yourself? Like how are you representing well? And so it's not, there's so many women. I'm gonna do a reaction video on it, but I've seen a lot of these like Dominican women talk about how they will not date Dominican men, but they will date black men. And like a lot of women in the comments, like, oh my God, me too. I love black men, blah, blah, blah. Like, so it's not the fact that we're not desired, but we deserve to, again, you guys deserve to be protected from our stance. It's not just about men being protected. You can be as strong as you want to be. Okay. Beauty and the Beast. You could be as powerful, as strong or whatever, but you still need that love and protection. And you still need that compassion, that mama love. I saw the connector come up here, and I definitely want to hear your part of the perspective. Of course, you too, Adam. Look, Adam, like, you threw me to the back.
No. I'm just gonna call back. I missed most of the conversation, man. I was driving from university. I'm like, I saw all my boys, LC and Edward and Sean. They're like, I might as well pull up one time.
Yeah.
One time. Stuff anyway. Love y'all. But anyway, connector, go ahead, bro.
I was gonna let you go first. I'm trying to get my mic together.
Oh, that's nice.
Do I sound good right now?
You do sound clear.
Okay. My perspective, I didn't really hear everything that was going on because I had to get off the computer.
You're from Cali too?
Nah, no.
Oh. I heard a little accent. I was like, oh wait, hold up now.
Nah, not from Cali.
Cali connection. No. You're from where?
I'm from Indiana.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you can go ahead. We're listening. We can hear you.
Oh, y'all can continue the conversation. Then I come in.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Adam.
What was the question? Like you guys were, I jumped in like towards the end.
It's not really the question. Can you guys get it together? No.
Bro, I just got off of what my bad.
So it's not really the question. It's just talking about the whole to give a quick synopsis, it's just talking about the whole takeoff situation, as well as all the other situations that we've seen, and just you know, my point of view was just the fact that like I've seen a lot of women post on social media like black men deserve to grow old and all this kind of stuff. And to me, it's the same. It's hypocrisy because a lot of these women are the same women talking about men. Black men are dusty. Nobody don't want them. He better, you know, if he can't buy me a bag, then he's not worthy of my time. And so I wanted to kind of call out that hypocrisy about this situation that not just when you see a celebrity or this situation happen and you say, oh my God, I love black men. I support them. You know, this is so bad. I feel bad for his mom. I feel bad for his sisters. But at the same time, like your man is right there in the house with you. And while you're posting on social media, you're looking at him like, what are you talking about? Like you're giving him all this negativity. And at the same time, out of your mouth, you're saying something completely different. So that was basically the whole.
Okay. The only thing I could add to that, it's 3 hour live stream. Y'all probably covered it already. I mean, especially LC's in the building. But listen, I wanted to say that we need to train our girls in congruence with our boys to protect. Like my mom and dad, both my parents are military, both West African martial artists, right? My mom said, when somebody attacks your sister, you call your brothers. When somebody attacks your brother, you call your sisters. She trained my sister to look out for us as well, not just and physically, tactfully, proactively. Don't be in crazy situations like dice game at 2 a.m. I'm sorry, Quavo. I'm sorry, Takeoff, but dog, why y'all still doing this, bro? Y'all quit. You don't have to do this.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, right? Okay, but anyway, everything allegedly. I'm not trying to get convicted, but but like, the same stuff like with your brother. My brother was under attack or something like that, and it was by some girls. My mom and sister, that's their job to come and help. You know what I mean? Not just. We need to train our girls to also protect their men and protect their brothers and their husbands and all stuff, not just in congruence with the guys. There's a different form of protection, obviously, but we need to do both. That's the only thing I can add. Training for both sides because, like you said, it's crazy to be like, okay, black men ain't this, black men ain't that, and then when it's died, oh, rest in peace. Bruh, you was not gonna do anything anyway. You might have accelerated his death for real. Like, damn, like sometimes your woman like talking trash to the man in the man's face, and now I gotta fight this man. I'm like, yo, if I survive this, I'm at whooping your ass. Anyway,
If I survive this part for me,
right? Because people out here, like we already know, 3 guns to everybody in America. Everybody, I don't got any guns. That means somebody got 6, which means I'm probably going to get popped. You putting my whole life and everybody's life in danger. And the problem is now I'm dead and now you're still exposed. Now we can come and have this baby with you and the kids, bro. It's crazy. You got to train both sides. That's all I'm going to say. You guys probably already said this in a 3 hour live stream, but whatever.
We actually didn't say that. We actually didn't say that. We alluded to that, but not in detail like that. And the thing is, that's the truth, and it's about being in that supportive role. And me and Elsie touched on this a little bit earlier. Like as a woman's perspective, like my stance is always de-escalation. Immediately de-escalation. But like if you're a female and you're talking to my man crazy at the bank, who are you talking to? Like, who are you talking? First of all, who are you talking to? But I don't have to get into a space of making myself look crazy or making my man look crazy to also put you back into perspective of like you're not gonna talk to him like that. Because it doesn't always have to be like we don't got to get ratchet and rude. We don't got to get like we want to tussle. But there's ways, and women who are in tune with their feminine are aware of the fact that there's ways that you can put somebody back in place and turn it back around and say, yeah, go find somebody else to play with without being aggressive and without coming out of your nature.
Right.
And so.
And to add to what Adam was saying, yes, we need to train both sides. Train the boys to be masculine and train the young girls to be feminine. Instead of it being the other way around. Feminine men, masculine women, it's a total imbalance. So yeah, train both sides, but train them properly based on their biological nature. We have to be masculine. Y'all ladies have to be feminine. That's the way it needs to be.
I want to ask
back about the tree again. Sorry, Adam. Can we talk back about the tree again? Let's just back up at the tree again. Where does this all stem from? The beautiful single mother.
Oh, I was about to go there.
Okay, I'm sorry because she the main one. You don't rely on no man. You better make sure you have your own money. You better make sure you have your own career. You better make sure he can't put you out. You better he can't tell you what to do. You better be bad all by yourself. And then she turns to the man. And then she turned to the man and says, you better not do that to me. I'm your mama. You better think about me. You better love me. You better protect me. You better do.
Yep.
And then it's so sure I can raise a woman and I could raise a man. I could do it all by myself. No, you can't.
No. Let's be honest here. This is no shade to the ladies, but come on. A mother cannot raise a boy to be a man. That's just a point blank honest truth. You can't raise a boy to be a man. No. I wish they would stop trying already.
I wish they would stop trying already. Cut it out. It's not working. Can't you tell it's not working? It has not worked.
Not at all. Not only that, though, but there are things that fathers bring for the daughters that the mother cannot bring.
Cannot bring.
Facts.
And again,
male leadership.
Statistics have shown that a man who raises his kids by himself is the same as if a kid grew up in a two-parent household. But a woman who raises the kids by herself, it has a drastic difference on behavior, attitude, how they venture off into society. And it's just the truth. Like, people can get mad. And listen, my mother was a single mother for a couple years. I don't think she'll be mad at me saying that, but if she does, sorry, Mom, love you. But for like a couple of years, from I was like little to like the time I was about 7, from I was like born to the time I was 7 years old. And she did have people in her life or whatever, like a long-term relationship or, whatever. But my mom was always necessary. Like, she always expressed, yes, I'm a single mom, but I'm a wife waiting for my husband. And no, you do have to serve a man. And when my stepfather came into the picture, she was like, okay, you have to respect him. Whatever he says, that's it. Like, I don't want to hear it. Because y'all going to grow up and get out of my house, and I'm going to be here with him. So you need to respect this man. You need to honor this man. You need to, and she always displayed that. And I feel it for the girls who are now women who grew up and did not have their mother saying those things. Yeah. That's why when I talk, like, I do go hard, but I don't go so hard because I understand. I do understand, because some of those mothers are just, they was out there, you was out there picking wrong. Okay, your picker is broken. You was out there picking. Listen, I don't like saying Pookie and Ray Ray because I feel like it makes it seem like only black men can be trifling, and that's not true. But you was out there picking men that you was like, you thought that was a good. He told you he had 8 kids, and you really, what made you think that was a good opportunity? And then you turn around and be like, men ain't this, men ain't that. You see, all men gonna do is disappoint you. Ma'am.
No. You knew he was an irresponsible piece of dog crap when you first met him. But at the ending of the day, you want to blame that man because you chose to deal with his happy ass.
Yep.
Make that make sense.
You knew the baggage he was carrying. And you said, oh, don't worry, I'm going to carry it with you. Now you're in a situation, oh, he this, he that. No, you chose to be there. You chose to take it on. You didn't have to. That was your decision.
Right.
I think people might be like, I
want to take it back.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam.
No, I was going to say, I'm going to jump in with Keyshawn and say, listen, that comes back to the training stuff, too. You just have to, I had 4 years of marriage training when I was high school. I was home for with college, right? 2 years with my dad, 2 years with my mom. How to be a husband, how to pick a wife. Not real simple stuff, but just practical things. You just, to have a guideline to pick, 10 things to pick somebody. 8 kids, that's a pretty glaring red flag. I'm like, I'm sorry. I look at these ladies and I'm like, I feel a little bit of pity, but I'm like, girl, what was you thinking? Like, bro, like some red, look, I'm not the best, but some red flags are just screaming at you. It's like a red wall. It's not a red flag, bro. Just let, okay. All right.
Red wall, that's true.
But it's true. It's definitely true.
When you're younger, I'm like talking, going off. When you're younger and you don't know, you just really don't know, though. Because I'm not going to lie, like sometimes that compassionate heart I I was with some people. I was just like, which by the way, if I ever knew you before, no, I didn't. Okay, first of all, just want to make that very clear. If I ever, who are you? First of all, but anyway, but I want to make that clear that the disclaimer is, I mean the real talk about it is that like when I didn't know, I just did not know, and sometimes that compassion can lead you down a different highway too, because there's two sides for it. You do want somebody who's compassion, but you don't want a woman that's naive. And I think sometimes those two things can go hand in hand too, because sometimes you think you can save the whole world, and then you end up pregnant. Okay, this is not my story, but I'm saying some of these women, this I don't have no kids. Okay, never even been pregnant. Just let it be out there. But I'm just saying, some of these women out there, like that's what they do. They be so compassionate, so understanding, so loving, have a baby, and they think, oh, everything's gonna work out this, and then they break up with that person, and then they go into the next situation with that same mentality, so compassionate, so loving, so understanding. They have another baby. Now you got two baby daddies. And because they have this mindset like, oh, it's just so blissful, and like, everything happens for a reason. A lot of people behind that everything happened for a reason. It's like, girl, you made these decisions. The reason that it happened was because you made the decision. That's the reason. It's not, you're not growing. You're on to now 4 children. And again, you're the one doing it by yourself because, again, that same naive mentality. It's okay. I don't want to stress him out. He doesn't have to take the kids. I'll do it. I'll raise them. I'll this. Like, you have women who are aggressively like that and women who are, like, soft like that. And it's still a detriment. Yeah, I just gotta talk about that. Because I know some women that you'll talk to them, and especially as a hairstylist and seeing so many women, like, you'll talk to them or whatever, and they'll be, like, saying stuff, and you'll be like, what the hell? You are so nice, but what is wrong with you? Like, and there's a lot of reasons why. Childhood trauma, no daddy there, not seeing the example, wanting a man's affection, wanting love from a man because they never experienced it, they never saw it, and then perpetuating the same cycle. So I just wanted to bring that up too. Connector, you have something to bring now?
Yeah, going back to single mothers and the Pookies, right? So you have the single mothers, and they raise these men not to be actually all the way there in the mind, right? So they go out and they behave like children, but with grown men bodies, right? And you have these women with this independent mindset, so they trying to go out there and they just trying to get it. They're about the dollar, because that's what the system really preaches to us. When your bills due, what are you thinking about? You thinking about the bills and getting that money. Your kids can have needs, but you can't really focus in on the kids because you think about paying the rent. So in a way, you are focusing on the kids because you're trying to keep them sheltered and yourself. But it goes back to the Willie Lynch letter. It talks about how the woman will raise the men to not be there, not be strong mentally, but be strong physically. And that'll make good workers and also someone who's easy to be controlled.
Yeah.
And the woman will be very independent. So that just goes back. That goes to what the whole conversation really is about when we're talking about single mothers and Pookies, and their plan is basically playing out.
Yep.
Yeah. And
generation to generation.
And we
it's
see
getting
it
worse
every
and worse
day.
because if you look at slavery, shortly after slavery, things was pretty much good. Even though we had a lot of racism towards us, which we still do, but a lot more back then, we had more unity. That slipped away generation by generation by generation, and now here we are. And a lot of things transpired. I know a lot of people know about the bombing on Black Wall Street and things of that nature. They could talk about a lot of more situations that happened where we was backstabbed, sometimes by our leaders who probably got behind closed doors. They probably got swayed and tricked themselves. So
yeah,
and commenting on Takeoff, I think he was set up. I'm not sure, but if you look at the situation, the details don't really add up. The odds of him getting shot, and then you hear some of the things that's out there. Like they say, it's stories about somebody from his own crew shooting them. Then somebody just shoot wildly into a crowd. When you got millions of dollars and you're from the hood, that's not how that works. If you got 50 grand, if you got 100,000, things are if you're smart, things play out differently.
Mm-hmm.
If you got millions, if you got M's, not just you, but your cousin, your nephew, and then they got people around them that they empowered who has hundreds of thousands to M's themselves. And then you got Cardi B, she has M's. So if you take me out, then it's going to be problems for you. I mean, that's basic.
I understand what you're saying.
Basic.
I understand what you're
I'm
saying.
trying to
You're
go
saying
really deep into it, but
no, but you're trying to say like that person must know that they must have repercussions. So
yeah,
why
it's
would they
definitely.
even do that when somebody else can handle that situation? But one thing that I've always been very informed about, and it's something that actually John talked about too, is like that check-in, right? Like when you go to a city, you got to check in, and things can happen upon check-in. Okay, maybe somebody that's a part of the crew that you checked in with don't like you, just not feeling you. Maybe they feel like you tried them. Maybe they feel like you disrespected them in some way, right? And so now even though the person who is uh, higher than them did not give them an order, they might step out on their own just because they feel like it. Because the same way that you say, that you have M's, they want to make it known that those M's can only do but so much.
Well, them M's can do a whole lot if you're the right person.
No, but I
You
mean as
can
in like
empower a lot of people.
no, I mean as in, but it can't buy you life.
No, it can't buy you life.
That's the point. So a lot of them feel like, oh, you booking up your checks, your chest over here because you rich. All right, well now you ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so I think in those perspectives, I think that's where the whole conversation is. Why are you there? Why are you so comfortable? Like you have to understand that you are different. As much as you want to be grounded and you want to be cool, you are different. And you have to move that certain way. And I remember this was like a whole thing too. Like I remember like years ago when like the whole, Chris Brown and Cali and this, like it was like a whole thing of like the check-ins and who missed check-in and who got to come check who, and like it's a whole thing. It's a thing in you know the hood. And so I definitely, but I do understand where you're coming
Some
from.
hoods, not all hoods, not all hoods. Some
All
hoods.
hoods,
If you
but
get too deep, it's definitely you gotta check in. Definitely, ain't no, it's mandatory. If you get too deep in any situation, you gotta check in. Cause it's niggas like, I ain't gonna lie, it's niggas like me. First time I got handed the gun, I was 6. My mama handed it to me to kill somebody. So it's niggas like me who brought up with a mentality that we throw it away. So all this shit you talking is like from your perspective, but you got people who live in a certain life that don't care about none of you talking about. You feel me? Like,
I know that. Right. I grew up in the hood.
So you already know it's mandatory check in. When you making money, you gotta check in. I don't know what niggas talking about. You gotta check in. You gotta making money because feed the hood, bro. Or it's gonna be problems. That whole PNB right.
I get where you coming from. Like you want people to check in. You want people to support the youth, the hood. Like I believe you should do that anyway. I shouldn't. I mean, you shouldn't even have to. Niggas shouldn't have to tell you to do that.
In jail, niggas, family in jail. Niggas don't care about going to jail. What? Niggas don't go in jail and be reunited. Nigga,
I haven't seen in a long time.
So you better check in.
Yeah. No, I
But
get.
when you got M's, you can employ people. I mean, really, if you come from the hood, you already got connections, and you got hood ties. I mean, you can move with a whole little mini army.
Right, you're right.
You have protection.
You're supposed to. I would think you're supposed to.
I mean,
well,
you can hire 50 people, a squad of 50 people, and train them real easy. If you got over $2 million, I mean, we got to really think about how much money that is. And then Takeoff himself, he is into investing. If you went to a crypto, you went to the stock market, you went to foreign exchange. That's the currency. That's the euros, et cetera, et cetera. You should be making a lot more money than what's on that's what's being announced.
But I think that a lot of the I think a lot of the people around this situation, especially when it comes to Takeoff, is because, just his demeanor just seems so chill. Like he just seems so unproblematic. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why people are so affected, because they're like, see, he's unproblematic, but it's more than that. Where are you though? Where are you? Who are you surrounded by? Like, what are you involved in? Because a lot of the times in situations that we see on the news, maybe not necessarily with rappers, but on the news, it is a lot of innocent bystander stuff going on. Like you were just there and around it, and it didn't even mean to happen, but it happened, and now you're a product of that situation for no reason. So regardless of if it was, he got lined, I love that word now because now I know, a little lingo. But whether it's that he got lined or whatever it is, or if it was just a bigger situation, like it's just the point of the matter that like you were there with like it's a Jamaican saying, I don't know how to say it like regular, but like with your head back careless. Like not being watched, like not being fully protected. You were just there, like just living, not even thinking of the possibility that maybe something could happen. And that's one of the biggest issues. One thing that I wanted to say, that I wanted to ask you about too, you said something about the single mother and providing for her children. What was that you said?
The single mother and providing for her children.
You said something about like she has to work because she has to pay her bills.
Oh yeah. She has to work. A father, a mother. Even if you have a marriage, right? The father goes to work, and a traditional marriage, the father goes to work, the mother stays at home, and she watches the kid. But nowadays, you do not have that union, right? So you have single mothers. So the father can't go and work and bring the money back home. He can't be the provider. So you have the woman trying to be the provider, the independent thinker, right? And that's where a big error occurs, right? Because she's trying to play two roles. It's confusing to the kids. It's confusing, I bet, to herself.
And this, yeah, I wanted to clarify what you said because I didn't hear you clearly, and I didn't want to respond to you and then be saying the wrong thing. But I was gonna say that, like, I think that's what a lot of women have to hear too, is that raising kids isn't just putting a roof over their head. Anybody could do that. The government could do that.
Right.
It's not making sure they have food. It's not making sure they have clothes. It's what type of person are they going to be in society? And a lot of these single mothers that glorify being a single mother, well, I'd rather be alone raising my kids than with a man laid up in my bed and da da da. Yeah, okay, cool. But like your kids are suffering. And you two in your phone on social media, at your job to notice or to even care. And I love the fact that like the women who are married, there's a rise of women who are like staying home and who are like regaining their, time back and actually just being wives and mothers. Not a whole large portion, but I see them on TikTok. Okay. And I love that because the thing is that it's showing that we're breaking that curse of what, feminism brought to our community, because we didn't have no problems when it came to that. If you look back, grandmama she knew how to share enough dinner for everybody, and you'd be like, how the heck did everybody, how am I full? Like, how is my stomach full right now when it didn't even seem like we had that much stuff on the table? And you always had something to eat, you always had a snack, you always had a drink, and she was home with you and she was there around you. Maybe she wasn't necessarily watching your every single move, but at least she was in your presence. You knew that an adult was around. And it was easy for her to be in that role. It was easy for, the children to be eating dinner by 5 o'clock because she was home to be able to prepare it. You got kids right now, they eating dinner like 10 o'clock. Because their mama got to come home from work, she got to do this, she tired. Then again, the woman being the person who is fueling her family, bringing nutrients to her family, she like, we might as well just stop at McDonald's. We might as well just we might as well just get them this. And it's like, but their brains need nutrients to function, to grow, to learn. A lot of kids are in school and they become the problem kids in school, and they can't sit down, and the teacher is having a whole bunch of problem with them because they're high off of sugar. You get them a Pop-Tart. You get them a Pop-Tart with some juice. and some salt, some Fritos. Okay, some salty, and their brain can't. They need to expand. So I just wanted to say that just because I didn't want to let that go based off of what you said about the single mothers and working. Um, Elsie, you have something that you want to say?
No. No. I just want parents, I just want them to stop serving them hot Takis, because when they come in my classroom in the morning, my room smells like hot Cheeto feet, and those Takis are nothing but pure acid in their stomach. I need them to stop sending them to school and with those Lunchables, because that is nothing but a bunch of sodium, and it is ruining the lining of their stomachs. That is
Yeah.
not a lunch. I'm
And
going to
their
post that on
brain.
TikTok. That is not a lunch.
You
Stop
need a
sending
TikTok.
these Lunchables are a snack
Elsie, you need a
that you
TikTok.
eat between dinner and lunch from school. That is not a lunch. Yes. And stop
Elsie.
sending them with these big old things of 2 liters of Cokes and juices. And they doing this the whole time in class. Yes. Knock it off. So I'm gonna need to I put that on TikTok for all the
You need a
mothers
TikTok.
that are doing these things on
You need to
there.
respond to the mothers that's doing them little dances and be like,
Yeah,
stop feeding your kid Lunchables.
People with Lunchables and Takis. Yeah, because this is how your child looks in class. Yeah, that
Can't focus. And their brain development.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, their brain
From the corner
development.
store. Yeah. So
It's like when
that-
you trying to give somebody a cinnamon roll, a Pop Tart, and some Takis, and then try to tell them to sit down and focus and be quiet for an hour.
Yeah, that dopamine get the going.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I can't tell them to go take a nap. That's what I want to say. Go lay your happy ass down. You're getting on my nerves. I can't do that. Okay. So yeah. But no, but I totally understand. And I get exactly what John and the connector are saying. I had some family members that were in the game, in the street, and all of that stuff as well too. And it was crazy because I used to like look at the women that were connected to them, and I'm like, you do know what they're doing, right? And they're like, oh yeah, it's okay, it's okay, it was okay until some crap pop off, and now you're running over here talking about what I'm supposed to do, what I'm supposed to do, well, I don't know what to do. You should have left it alone because you weren't built like that. Okay, so I was probably like one of only a few people in my family that was like, I ain't down with the foolishness. I ain't got time for it. I got too much to do. I am not the one that. But it's amazing how, and no disrespect to my boys in the streets, because I know they got to do what they got to do. But I'm like, at the end of the day, it's always amazing how everybody's so supportive while the game is happening and the paper's being made and people are spending and doing and doing and doing. And then when shit go down, everybody's like, who, me? Oh, I don't know about all that now. I don't know about that now. You put some money on what? Oh, boo, he gonna have to find somebody else to take care of that right there. And
they like disown that person out of the family and everything.
Yeah, I still go back to.
I can't believe he did that.
Yeah, I still go back to the women. I don't care what nobody say. I love my brothers, but I still go back to the women from the very beginning. We push these things and we push our brothers into spaces they really don't need to go into to make us quote unquote happy. And so when I hear men say, well, women don't know what they want. They don't. That's true. They don't know what they want.
Indecisive.
Because half the time half of us don't know what they need.
Yeah.
So you can't know what you want when you don't know what you really need. So I go back to, as River said earlier, not having a male figure growing up. Our fathers are the first impressions of what a male love is supposed to look and feel like. And if we don't know what that looks and feels like, then I don't know that when someone comes into my space who hasn't quite gotten his, and it's connected, as you said, you didn't even realize this. I had already talked about the Willie Lynch letter earlier, but I'm glad you revisited because that just shows the connection that we own, that whole Willie Lynch thing. What we don't realize is that we are setting our young brothers up to be more than they need to be at such a young age. And I get, like John said, when you at home, and your mom is like, we gotta get these bills paid. Okay. Now I see my young brothers in the school that I work in. pressed with all of this pressure on them
Oh,
mentally.
can't
That
even be a kid.
they can't exactly can't
Oh,
come to school and just vibe with with class and enjoy their moment because they have to look out for 3, 4, 5 other siblings. Can't play sports, can't do this, can't do that
we
because
got
that
time
whole
for that.
responsibility. And then on top of it, then they turn around and it's like, okay, parents mad at them because Mom, can I play sports? No, you need to get on to the house. And I want to say so bad to her. Hold up, hold up. Those not his kids. You laid down and had those children. What the hell? Can he not have a little piece of life and sanity?
He did not ask to be here.
And the first thing they want to say, like, that's his family. No, those are your children. He didn't have them. You did. And I think
Let
it's
him
so
know, LC, let
unfair.
him know.
I think it's so unfair that our young brothers and young sisters, but especially our young brothers, get saddled with that responsibility to be accountable, to have to do a grown man's work when they didn't have anything to do with the grown people's decisions. That's the part that pisses me off. And then you put our young brothers in these positions, and then they feel obligated. That's my mama, that's my siblings, that's my family. I got to get out here and make it do what it do. And then their whole lives are shifted because of some adult decisions and choices you made that he never even had a inkling of a moment to even put his input in. He got stuck in something that wasn't his job, that wasn't his duty, and it wasn't his obligation. But because we as women make them feel some type of way about protecting us, they go on and it shifts their whole life. A lot of our young brothers had goals when they were little things they wanted to do. And then they got sucked in because somebody else decided to have 15,000 damn children that they didn't have nothing to do with.
Yep.
So I want to, again, on another level, on River's behalf, I want to apologize to my young brothers out there, listening in here, who got sucked into a position of having to be a grown man before you were even 12. Taking accountability and responsibility for something that you didn't even have an opportunity to speak on whether you had a choice or not. Somebody gave you the mantle and said, run, not knowing which direction you were going to have to run into and where it was going to take you. And I apologize for the mothers, the grandmothers, the aunties, the women, baby mamas, whoever they might be. They put you in a predicament to have to be what you weren't, that you never signed up for. It's very unfortunate and it's very distasteful, and it doesn't honor the people that you are or the people that you would have been had you had the opportunity to make your own choices in life down the road. That kind of pisses me off.
I want to say something. You know what? It incites a rage in me because I'm very like motherly, right? Like when I was younger, a lot of the older people in my family, like my grandma's sisters and stuff like that, they used to call me mama because they used to be like, "You have such an old soul. Like I swear you have like been here before you, and you had a whole bunch of kids." Like, because I always act like people around me are my children, and like some of these mothers, like you just want to find them and drop kick them. Like you just want to slap
like
them
that.
down. Like why did you choose to do this? Why did you put that weight on these babies? And I have to say, it's way more weight on their sons. And it's unfair.
Yes.
It's really unfair because then they have to go through life. And I'm not speaking on this just because of happenstance or just hearing of a situation. Like, I have somebody that I know. Like I said, if everybody didn't show up to the panel, I was going to have to call him and tell him disguise his voice or something to be anonymous, so I'm be on a conversation. But, somebody I'm close to, actually, a family member of mine who leads that kind of lifestyle, and I'm the only one of all his, people in his age bracket that I'm like, no, you shouldn't be out there. You shouldn't be doing these things. Like, you're better than this. No. And it's only so much I can do because it's been instilled in him since he was young from his mom. And I know that. And I can't say anything about it because obviously, like, what am I going to say? Like, it's already happened. And the hardest thing is like that's why I say prevention is better than cure. Because it's a lot easier to prevent something than somebody who's been in that lifestyle, that street lifestyle for about 10 years, even just 10 years, 5 years, and then try to show them something different. It's very hard. It's very, very hard. I see Bobby done popped up.
Oh,
But I don't want to stay on too. I mean, we already been here for like almost 4 hours, so I don't want to stay on too long. I want to stay on for maybe just a couple more minutes. But I do want to hear your perspective, Bobby, in regards to this conversation. I know, Elsie, I'm mad too, but I'm like, I want to kick them, like I want to.
No,
punch
I'm that person. I need about 20 minutes in the room with every one of them, with the
break them
door
down.
locked, with my
And be
boxing
like-
gloves on, and I'm ready to whip all day long.
No, for real.
It just infuriates
No, but
me.
like for real though.
Yeah, for
like
real,
not
for real,
even
because I
not
don't-
even for playing.
I'm not for real. I'm not, because I feel like it has taken so much out of our young brothers, and my heart gets heavy with the dumb stuff, because then it puts them in a predicament that they don't have to be in, that they should have never been in. They should have never been in that place. I don't care. I don't care when people say, "Well, that's their family." I don't give it. I don't care about that.
They need that good old.
He's still not responsible. That was what adults did. Those were the adult choices. He never had a voice.
He's not responsible to fix all the mistakes that you made.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's not responsible for that. That's your problem. That's you and whoever your baby daddy is problem. Y'all better figure it out.
Or daddies is what it is.
Yeah. It's not his problem. And a lot of these, we always talk about this, right? Like a lot of kids lose their innocence from a young age, but we talk about it from a very different perspective based off of like, infiltration and like somebody touching on them or whatever.
But this is innocence.
This is a huge thing, like innocence. Not even to go into this, and you don't even have to respond to this or anything, but like, can you imagine that 6-year-old John? Can you imagine? Like, that really... Can you imagine that, Elsie? For real. Like, seeing a 6-year-old, and you being like, and just knowing the influence that it's putting, because this is somebody that he came, like, that was his home for 9 months. So that's who he trusts. That's who he can look to and say, oh, you wouldn't steer me in a wrong direction.
Right. That's what I'm saying, and that's the part that hurts my heart.
That's
because
hurtful.
At the end of the day, you're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I don't know. Let me be quiet for a second.
You're supposed to be watching Coco Melon. You're supposed to be talking about baby shark. Do. That's what you're supposed to be talking about. You're supposed to be talking about Barney at 6.
And I don't even like Barney, but I'm just saying, I've been a quirk to say the wrong thing. Let me mute.
But it's hurtful. It's really, really hurtful. And I love having these conversations because we get to the root. And we already know I'm always going to have some flames for the root. And I have a problem. And like, I feel like a lot of the women who are behind the demise of the community. I said it. Damn it, I said it.
And it's okay.
And it's a lot of the women who are behind the demise, like, they need a good old-fashioned Ayanla screaming in their face moment. Broken down. Broken. She's out here for the knockout. Broken down to size. Because regardless of whatever situation that you had behind you, the minute that you chose, okay, you may have got pregnant on accident, but the minute that you chose to bring forth that life, it was no longer about you.
No longer.
And if you couldn't understand that, then you shouldn't have brought that life into this world. Because what's better, right? Let me ask this question. Let me just pose this question, and we gonna keep it pushing. We're not gonna stay on this. But what's better? Because there's women out there who think that they are so holier than thou because they chose not to abort their children. Right? Because, I could have never done that to my kids. I could have never done that. And it's like, okay, so you think you all that because you chose to keep your kid, but then you keep the kid and then bring them in to fight all your battles for you? Take their innocence away from a young age? Make them grow up faster than... You're not better than nobody, boo. You're not better.
I was always, you know what? I was always told anybody can be a mother or a father, but not everybody can be a parent. Remember that.
So true.
One thing I will say though is, I'm pro-life, and I think you shouldn't abort the kid if you can avoid it, because I look at my life, and so many times when I was young, I'm talking about 6, 7, 8, and I could have died. I could have got eaten by dogs. I could have been shot. I could have been kidnapped, burned in a house. I could have got raped. I used to be in the bandos, with the holes in the floors, the creepy old houses and stuff like. Yeah, so um, but I'm blessed. I made it. I made it to this age, and I look back and it's like, wow, I'm blessed. Being in an environment full of drug addicts, family members, drug addicts, family members arguing because somebody stole somebody money, somebody stole an item. You know what I mean? But looking at now and looking at the things that I'm getting involved with and the things I'm noticing in society and the different pathways, and it's like I'm blessed.
You are,
We got
because
opportunity.
think about all the people who were in your exact situation and all the things that you listed they went through.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Like, that's what I be thinking about. Like, and it's so unfair. It's really, really unfair. It's unfair that people same stuff, different day. We're really gonna have to have another conversation about this, because he said that then you want to ruin
But
your
I
child's
do.
first or
I just
before
want to
they
say one thing
18.
though, because I do agree with you. Like, you're not better than somebody else, just because someone aborted a child and someone didn't. The circumstances could have been much different. The belief at that time could have been much different. The information that person had could be much different. So
The thing is, I'm not saying pick one over the other, right?
yeah,
But what I am saying is that they tried to act like they made I did the best for them because, I did the best that I could and I could have aborted them, but I didn't. And look at him now. And it's like, what makes you feel so good about that? Like, he's struggling. He don't even know who he is. He only knows who you told him to be. And you're proud of what? Like, of what? And it's not fair. It's really unfair. Women have a different, to be honest, for women, it's not the equivalent, but like for women, it's for men go out in the street and find community. Women go out in the street, find a man. Okay. And maybe they become a baby mama or a hoe or whatever it is, right? Based off of them not having that structure in their home. But it's very different outcomes. It's very different outcomes. Because she might be a baby mama in this, but she gonna live on daddy government. She go get some this and get some that, and she gonna pretty much be all right because she's gonna be protected. And now that she has the kids, then government will step in and support her because they want to be able to protect their own. With this man, when he go out there, he just out there. He got to figure it out. If he can't go home, he got to figure it out. So they're two different outcomes. And so that's why it's so detrimental, especially for our younger men. And I feel the same way you feel, Elsie, for sure. Like, we never even had that part of the conversation, but I could have known that you would have felt the same way I feel about that anyway, because it just resonates so deeply. And this is why we can have compassion for the grown man, because we have compassion for the child. That's the point. That's the whole point. The whole point. Bobby, do you want to say anything before we shortly close off the live stream? He was like, if y'all are on in an hour, I'll be around. I can't believe we're still on.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm driving, so probably there's some feedback. I mean, I've been listening kind of off and on I guess almost 4 hours now that y'all been on. But I mean, a lot of what y'all are saying is true with that. As far as kind of the last few things I heard, a lot of that is what that whole son husband, thing kind of can progress into. Because, a lot of not just men, but like teen boys, that's really the first time that we start to develop a need to provide and protect. And unfortunately, a lot of single mothers in particular will manipulate the, I guess you could say, blooming of a young man wanting to provide and protect, and try to manipulate a young boy into thinking he has to almost kind of fill in that role when that's not really his role. So he's already getting stressed out and dealing with things that he shouldn't be dealing with, on top of all the other stuff that y'all were talking talking about as well. I used to mentor Black teenage boys that were in like junior high and high school age and stuff like that. And, they were kind of telling me pretty much all the exact same things that some of the other brothers have been talking about. Personally, I didn't grow up that way in my household, but I do have aunts and uncles that whole drug thing. Or I got a cousin that I never even met because he's been in and out of jail throughout my entire life. He actually just went back to prison about a year or two ago. He stealing a vehicle and shooting a pregnant woman, all this type of stuff. He's in his 40s, running around with dudes in their early 20s, because that's mentally where he basically is stuck in. You know what I'm saying? So I do have family members that all kind of got caught up in a lot of that stuff. But fortunately, in my household, that wasn't the case. In my household, my parents both married to each other. They try to kind of push me away from a lot of that stuff. So I was kind of naive to it as a child. But then once I kind of hit my teens, I started kind of seeing more of that stuff, whether it be in my household or just, in the Black community at large. So, it is very sad that a lot of Black teenage boys do get caught up with a lot of those pressures of either trying to seek some type of place in this world as far as their manhood, whether that's joining so-called gangs or their mothers manipulating them into being son husbands and all these kind of things. Like you were saying with the women, with them trying to become a ladies of the night, I'll just say, and different things like this. A lot of this is just trauma, misguidedness, and a lot of manipulation that we get from our parents, unfortunately, because a lot of them are also they don't know their place either. So then they put their children out of place, and then the cycle just continues, and it's really sad.
You're absolutely right, Bobby. And I love the word that you use, manipulation, because you know why they use that, why they want to make the son a son husband when he's going through that teenage age, because they know that he's already hormonally feeling like he wants to be considered a man. And what do? They play on his psyche. So because I know you want to feel like a man, they'll start saying stuff like, oh, well, oh, hold on now, because you moving like you the man of the house. Oh, can you do this? Can you take out the garbage for me? They'll use the guys as the man of the house. Oh, you getting so big, it's like almost like you can drive. They'll like taunt them with things that they want to do at that age, and then behind it disguise them for a need for themselves. And it is manipulation. And it's so disgusting that you would even do that to your own children. But like, people think that manipulation is just like I said, touching on somebody and stuff like that. It is not that. The worst case, that is the worst two cases, okay, is that, but also the psychological one. Because when it's in your psyche, do you know how much work it's going to take to get that out of there? Sometimes it can't come out. Sometimes it can't come out, Sometimes it's stained. It's stained. It can't. Because you have some grown men who are, like in their 50s. And if you talk about a certain subject, they're going to cry because of how it makes them feel, because of something that their mother said. So it's horrible. It's really horrible. I just want to say to this lovely panel, I love the panel. Okay, Connector was my first time meeting you, but I love everything that you have to say, and I love your perspective. And I love that you were, able to be a part of this kind of conversation. I love these kind of conversations because regardless of anything, we're getting to our own deeper rooted issues, as well as deeper rooted issues in the widespread, portion of our communities. And people who didn't see things a certain way are going to see things a different way. Not just women, men too, right? There's a lot of men that I've seen, a couple in particular, that have like not come to these live streams, and we've had these kind of conversations, and they're like, you was talking about my mama. And I didn't know she was doing that. Like, I didn't know that she was actually doing these things to me until you said it. And I think, Kashawn, I think you were on that live stream. We were on for hours, and we were talking about something completely different. And this guy came on, and it was like a whole different thing where we was like unpacking like his childhood trauma that his mother inflicted on him, and her forcing him to be somebody and operate at a certain level, and him kind of holding that bitterness against her, and like, that's not fair. And now you want me to pay all your bills for you, but I want to live my life.
Yep.
And now I'm so deep into it that what you gonna do without me? So, it was a lot of unpacking, and that's why I say I love these kind of conversations, and I love having the live stream so that I can connect with you guys. Um, I definitely can't promise on doing live streams every single week. I think it would be good if I could, but the amount of time that we spend, like we could never come on and come off. Like it's never a thing that we can just come on. All right, guys, let me tell you this. Have a great day. Peace. Like I can't do that. So I think at least if we can do twice a month that we have like these kind of conversations, it would be great. But I definitely want to, based off of the conversations that we have today, I want to dive into a lot of different things because as always, these conversations lead to a deeper conversation and a deeper conversation and a deeper conversation. And again, sometimes it's not, I want to be clear because a lot of people be saying stuff like, oh, these panels, they should be having more women in the comment section. It's deeper than that. It's bigger than that. It's not just about having other women bring their perspective. It's also just about unpacking things for our men. Loving men is not just about forcing them to be with a woman every single day. Okay, and tell, oh, women this and women, you need to do this and you need to support them because when a woman supports that man, we also want him to be obviously aware. And I think there's a lot of platforms that men can be aware of the vetting process of finding the right woman, but also we want him to be unpacked, right? Able to be settled and able to be calm, able to receive that peace that's being brought to him because he understands that it's okay that he can be peaceful. And that's going through the childhood traumas, unpacking these situations, and having these really, really deep conversations that are necessary. I love people. I'm a people person. I love people. I may not be around people all the time. I might be looking at you through one eye trying to figure out what you got going on. But I love people in general as a whole. And I don't want to offend nobody. I just said I love people, all people, okay? But I love black people, okay? I love me some black people, child. Whenever I see like on the shade room and people be commenting about stuff that like, your mama did or your daddy said or whatever, like when we were young, I'm like, did we all grow up in the same house? Like, how do we share these experiences all across the country or even the world, and we had different households? Like, how is that even possible that we can have such strong understanding with each other? So I love that. But overall, I just will always talk about the fact that I will never downplay what it is that our black men go through. People try to say, oh no, men have to be men. No, because it starts from when they're young. It starts from when they're babies. It starts from when they're boys growing up. And a lot of them are pushed out into the world and told, figure it out. You a man now. You 18. You a man now. No, he's just 18. How do we know he's a man? Okay, right? Like, maybe he's not mature yet. Maybe he's not there yet. And that's okay. But he shouldn't be pushed into the world. He should be raised. A lot of y'all having kids and not raising them. And so it's very vital that is protected, and I love our I have to say it again, I love our black men. I appreciate our black men. I understand the blueprint that you guys raised to the entire world. Everybody want that. They can't duplicate the swag, but they try. Okay, they will see how you dress and then try to replicate it in their own right because they think it's cool. Even the most preppiest of white boys are listening to our music. So there must be a reason why. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, sure.
The swag is just a small piece of something that's much greater.
Exactly.
It's just a spark, but that spark is so amazing. Now imagine if we could really get to our true essence, like we used to be. That's why we were hated so much, and that's why we in the situation right now. That's why we got to be controlled.
Right.
We're hated. We're hated as a nation of people, but you're hated because you are the essence and the beginning of how life started. So when the essence of life walks around on 2 feet, the rest of the world is in fear. You're not just a king. You were made in the Creator's image, and you are a mini God.
You are the creator.
You are a creator. You are the gift. You give us the gift of life. We are here because of you. We came from you. That's why we are called woman, the extension of man. We came from man. That's why we will never be above you, and we will always be under you. But they have placed mentally and made us think that we're above you. Because what did JFK and the government say? If you want to destroy the black man, you get the black woman as your cohort, and she
And
can
the
take
letters
him
say that
down
also.
every time. She can take him down every time. And so, what do we have going on now? We have sisters in the world telling you what you aren't, telling you that they don't need you, but they only need you when they need you to defend them. And I want you to stop defending that which does not respect you, that which does not love you, does not honor you, does not value or appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
That is not your assignment. The Most High has so much more prepared for you
Mm-hmm.
because he made you in his image. And that's why the world looks at you and looks down on you out of fear, not out of reverence. But we hold you with high esteem.
We should.
Put you on a pedestal every day because I know what I'm looking at as I look at this screen. Not looking at a man, I'm looking at the true essence of the beginning of life. Period.
Yeah, when you see,
period.
No, because what you're saying is so vital, and so true. Because I did a post the other a couple months ago, maybe it was a year ago now, and it was that the sun is man and the moon is woman. I'm gonna repost it on my community page so you guys can read it. And it was just a breakdown of the fact that basically, like, the man is the representative. The sun sits at one spot. Everything revolves around the sun. Okay, the moon gets her light from where? The sun.
The sun, a reflection.
Is she mad that she's shining at night? That's not fair. I want to be at daytime when the brunches are going on. Like, you just sitting there at nighttime, like, and keeping the night cool.
But you know what night brings? Night brings rest. It brings peace.
Peace.
And that's what we're supposed to bring to you.
What does the sun bring? Fire.
Heat.
So being in your true, if you want to know what your true feminine nature is as a woman, and this is like from some real gems. Only the people who are gonna get it are gonna be able to get it. But if you want to be in your true essence as a woman, look at the moon.
Look at the moon.
Study the moon. And you will find out all you need to know. There's a reason why the moon has 28-day cycle, and the female body does too. That's not by coincidence. You have to be in tune with that. But I just wanted to piggyback off of, some people are gonna be like, she's so weird, but
But they don't get it.
They don't get it. But the people who get it are meant to get it. But I wanted to just piggyback on top of you. On top of what you were saying, and it's just so true because when you look at the balance of the both, it's the whole thing. It's the whole spectrum. It's the yin, the yang, all of that. When you look at the black man and the black woman, like, we are the first. And I watched a documentary. This is kind of off topic. I watched a documentary about, like, the first people and what they look like. And you would be so intrigued if you ever saw I gotta find that link. I'm gonna ask somebody to send me that link, and I'm gonna post that on my YouTube story too, so people can watch it because it's very, very interesting. And you said something about us being beneath them, and the thing is, people get mad. It's like, oh, you trying to say that they're above us? You trying to say beneath? Who wouldn't want to be snuggled up under a man? Like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you that you find problem with that? I don't see. That sounded really good on my ears when you said up underneath. I'm like, yeah, now ain't that the truth? But we have to get into our true nature, and I love the fact. And I know I keep saying I'm gonna only say this, but now you started something else. I love the fact, and people can refute, people can say whatever they want to say, but I always give respect, and I'm not afraid to say people's name and say whatever, but I love the work that Kevin Samuels contributed to this community. It is heartbreaking. Every time I see a situation, I always say, like, damn, I know he would have went in on this, or I know he would have said this, but what he instilled, and what he has contributed to the black man will never go unnoticed. It will always be something that I continuously mention for years and years and years and years, forever to come, because black men are taking back their kingship. Women don't like it. Women try to say misogyny, patriarchy, whatever. But what I see is black men realizing again, oh, wait a minute, I know who I am. And y'all over here acting the fool. Y'all can act however you want it, but I'm a king and you're gonna treat me as such. And if you don't want to, you can keep it pushing.
That's right.
But our women are behind.
Mm-hmm.
We're not in that space. They think they're a queen. That's what they call each other. That's what they think they are, but they're not moving like such. And so again, look, Elsie.
So I want my brothers to understand. Please stop calling these women queens unless you are married to them. As I tell the women,
Or unless she shows you that, unless you see that.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I will tell them as I have always. You are a princess in training. You become a queen when you get a king, because that's why it's called a kingdom, not a queendom. So when you get one, that's when you'll become one. But right now, they princesses in training. Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, because some women can't handle that.
They can't.
I'm a queen. You the one that chased me. I'm the one that's the queen. Like, okay. I get what you're saying. You can't leave any room for anybody to interpret anything on their own. You so right. For real. I love that. I love you guys. And again, sometimes being tough, I want to say one more. Okay. Two more things. Two more things. For sure, two more things. Last thing I want to say is that I wanted to go to what John said about being a warrior. And I want to say that kings are not set one way, right? We are multifaceted people, as you can see, because people replicate all different types of us. We are very multifaceted. And so being that way doesn't mean that you're not who you are. It's about how you carry yourself. And I know John knows that, okay? Based on the conversation that we had with John before, I'm not talking to him, okay? But I'm talking about what he represented, because just like somebody was saying before, like I think it was Bobby that was like, John is not Pookie or Ray Ray. Like he is not that, even though, he just saying that for fun. But I just think that people need to understand that, like, you have to, there's a chapter 9 proverb, and it's know who you are so you can be who you are. And to fully know who you are, you have to go back, all the way back to the beginning, and find out about our history and how rich we are, so you can know how to move accordingly. If you only go back to your granddaddy who was slaying rocks in the hood, I mean, then you only gonna think that that's your peak, not knowing that you are so much more multifaceted than that. And you can be the person that goes back to the hood to assist and bring help and bring healing to the boys that need it. So I just wanted to say that. And also, again, black men, I love you for real. Okay, I know Elsie love you. I love you, and I mean it from my heart, like for real, for real. I really do.
My soul.
And I want to repeat it again. Okay, most of the time, being tough is de-escalating the situation. You don't got to prove nothing to nobody. It is better that people think whatever they want to think, and you make it home.
Yes.
We need you. We literally need you. Yeah. If something would happen tomorrow and all of y'all want to pop off or whatever, I don't care who divest in anywhere. Who can we rely on? I'm not looking at somebody that don't understand everything that I've gone through to, somehow protect me and have my best interest at heart. I'm not looking at that.
That's right.
We need you. Your sons will need you if you have sons. Your daughters will need you. Like your nieces and nephews, like we need you.
Your nation needs you.
Your nation needs you. Your community needs you. We're one, for real. And so we need you to have that in mind whenever you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. Like keep that in mind at all times. Listen, people lose their life over nothing these days. People lose their life over a parking spot. Like a parking spot, and there'll be another parking spot around you know what I'm saying? Like it's so super. It's gotten crazy out here, and I want our men to be equipped with the knowledge that, If anybody else tell you, if the woman that's around you saying, you gonna let him do that to you, if you, like Elsie was saying, just keep it in mind. Elsie said, Riva said, we love you and we want you to make it home, make it another day. Every day that we open our eyes is a privilege to be here. So don't be out there just, living willy nilly like you have nothing to live for, because you do. Because we need you for real. We really, really do. I know, Connector, you were gonna say something really quick.
I was just going to say, I want to say something to Same Stuff Different Day. He in the chat, he said something about, I think he was talking about not making children. So he said, consider we are descendants of slavery. We should definitely not want to make any. I feel like they can't travel freely with the history of bondage and oppression by white supremacy and Jim Crow. So, when you go into population, you start talking about numbers and having kids. It's really a good thing to have kids. We're just failing at being parents, but having kids, if you're talking about the global scale of things, is very important. You want to populate the earth. You can make it real simple or you can make it complex. Looking at it in a simple way, God said be fruitful. You can make it that simple. Looking at it deeper, voting, that's a numbers game. When you talk about war, that's a numbers game. Whatever you talk about, it's a numbers game. Now, the better each individual is, if they're and then you unite those individuals, it's just an amplifier on the culture, the race, however you want to look at it.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I saw him say something about flying out too. I wasn't really sure what he was saying, but I saw that comment as well that you're talking about. But it is, and again, we're all essential. We need you for real, like we really, really do. And you do have the support. And I want to say, okay, I'm not gonna say I want to say this. In closing, I this is probably going to be an entirely different conversation. We're not going to go down there. I'm going to make it very quick. But I feel like a lot of people in these spaces are searching for the right things to say and are not necessarily always saying the right things because they don't have the guidance of Kevin Samuels. I said it. Okay. I think people just be saying anything and just be doing anything like out of control because they don't have that Monday night live stream where he come back and like the big daddy and putting everybody in check. Right. And then people are set back on the right tune. But I do want to say that you are supported. Okay. Here you are supported. And here we are having real conversations from our perspective. And it's not just about trying to put on a show. No. I don't need so many people in here to put on a show and I'm going to put on antics and I'm going to be like, these stupid black women. I'm not going to do that because I'm a black woman. What the hell do I look like saying that? Like, what do I look like talking about where I come from? Like, are you crazy? I would never do that. And it's about understanding and, again, getting to the deeper rooted problems. Y'all want that whole show thing? There's a lot of places you can go for that. Yep. I can send you some places, okay, if you want me to. But I'm here to have that stronger connective conversation. And so I just wanted to say that, like, I know sometimes looking out there, it's hard to find out who to listen to because so many people have gone just AWOL, okay, because they don't know what to do. But you're supported, right? You are supported, and just trust your own instincts. And when all else fails, you can go back and watch his videos. Okay, that's the one thing I'm so like when it comes to the internet that I love is that it's like he will always be on if you want. I'm just putting that out there for the men who need that direction. But I really, really love you guys. I want to thank you guys so much for coming. I really love y'all for real. I really, really do. I really want to thank you guys for coming on, having such a great conversation. Like, I'm really tired. I probably should have had this conversation off, but we couldn't have oh hi Hustler, I didn't even see you. We couldn't have this conversation and talk about all of these things and unpack so much information if it wasn't for all of you guys bringing your perspective as well as all the people in the comment section. I also wanted to shout out to the supporters. I know it was Kevin C, and it was also, why did I say the name? Because now I have to go back and go find. Okay, I think I can find it quick. But I wanted to shout out to Kevin C, and I don't know how to find this.
Somebody Fox.
Kevin C. Yes,
It was
Kevin
Mr.
C. And yes, how'd you know the name? You
I
see,
remember stuff. I
you
remember
see,
stuff.
I need you around, Elsie. I need Kevin C. and Jeremy Fox. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. I know there was another one up there. I cannot scroll up that high, okay? But I do appreciate you. Don't think I don't appreciate you. And I want to say thank you guys all for tuning in. Again, if you're watching the live stream or if you're catching the replay, I love this panel. I'm gonna have to talk to y'all. So I said this every time. John, do you follow me on Instagram?
I deactivated my Instagram. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay. Do you have an
Me
email?
also.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Both of y'all put your okay, can Connector and John, can you put your email in the private chat? Please.
Yes.
And Hustle, you on Instagram? Okay, put your email in the chat.
I don't use that stuff.
Although I feel like Hustler be pulling up still, like he's bound to pull up. But when I want to have a certain conversation, I want to be able to have access to the people on this panel because sometimes I don't know how to reach somebody, and I'm like, dang, this person would be so good to have this conversation with. Elsie, I already know. Kashawn, I already know where to find y'all. Okay. I really, really appreciate this panel, and I love the communication that we had between this panel, and I really, really love the different perspectives. I really, really love that. So I want to say thank you to you guys as well for coming on and again sharing your perspective. And yeah. Anybody else have anything you want to say?
Before we go, I just somebody to say. LC, I don't know if you know what you did for me tonight.
Oh wow.
But I want to stand in for those men that you apologized to twice. I want to stand in for all of those young men and thank you for that apology. Because it unpacked a lot of stuff for me tonight that I didn't know I needed unpacked. Thank you. You did so much work for me tonight.
I love that.
Same here, same here.
Well,
This is the most heartfelt stream I've ever in my life been on. I'm not an emotional person by any means, but LC, I don't know what you did to me, but I don't know. I'm feeling a little emotional right now.
I'm sorry.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead ass serious.
Well, welcome to River TV. I'm just kidding.
We needed it.
No,
I'm dead ass serious.
I love that. No, I really, yeah, because I've never seen Hustler get like that ever, for real. You know, I never, but I really love that. Because even if we having the stream for ourselves, that's good enough for me too. But I know it's not. I know it's bigger than that. But that means a lot, you know. And I know because Kashawn, the way how he was, I was like, dang, I know, you know. And especially because you're in that mommy space that he's lacking. So that's a lot. That's a lot, you know. Anybody else have anything else that they want to say?
Yeah, I want to say to all the fellas, you know, it was good talking with y'all. Salute to y'all. Also salute to LC. Of course, salute to you, River.
Thank you.
Let's not fight amongst each other. Let's unite. I know the man in the mental sphere and you know the passport group, passport bros, don't really fight too much. But I just wanted to put that out there. You know, unity,
It's strength.
and you know, using our brains to figure out problems.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Look at black men showing each other love. Look at that.
Definitely. And one more thing also, you know, for the people who got that colorism hate, you know, against dark, brown, light skin, you know, melanated. If you know one thing about melanin, you know, you can get darker, you can get lighter. So, and you know, you black, you know, you black.
Yep, I was River's complexion 2 months ago.
Girl, you should have seen me when I went to Jamaica. You couldn't tell me nothing. I was so tan. I'm like, yes, I'm glowing. Please give me more. I love that. No, for real. Bobby, John, you want to say anything? There's no pressure.
I gotta go back and the replays. I've missed bits and pieces. I was in school, but I just want to say this panel, great representation of our people. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who is on and was on earlier. For real, y'all are all, in my opinion, great representations of us. So yeah, that's all I got. Thank you for letting me on.
Of course, you know Bobby. He don't have to say that because Bobby be showing up from day one. You know, but I agree with that. I think we're all beautiful representations of our community. I agree with that. John.
For sure. I just wanted to piggyback off what Bobby said. Like, I appreciate the panel. Like, y'all's hella real and refreshing. Hearing all y'all opinions, you feel me, matters. You feel me? I feel like what we doing right now in a transitional period, so it's gonna be a little rough, but you feel me? Beginning of it, it's a lot at the end of the tunnel. You feel me? We just gotta stay with it. I appreciate all y'all though.
I agree with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you guys so much. I will see you guys tomorrow with more reaction videos, of course. I'm gonna try not to stay too long away from the live streams because I just love this camaraderie, you know. And I have the emails, so that's good, so that I can be able to find some people. Now, don't let me email y'all and y'all be like, "Who this?" Come on now, okay? I tell you, pull up. You gotta pull up. But I want to say thank you to again to everyone to watching the replay. I really love all this. I love the fact that we had a full balanced conversation. That's so necessary. A lot of times conversations that are one-sided and just going strong down the one-sided road and there's no other perspective and we have a balance of perspectives, which is necessary. I love you guys. It's 12:15 where I am. I'm tired. And I will see you guys in the morning with a reaction video. Thank you guys for tuning in. Love you.
Right. Love you all. Good night.
Take care, Ripper. See you next
too.
time. Peace, peace.
Peace.
You can step into my world, see the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world, see the way I see it. River TV.
With Squarespace, you can do more than just build a website. You can build a business. Personal trainers and private chefs showcase your signature offerings and experiences. Make artists and music teachers schedule classes and appointments with ease. And then send weekly newsletters to keep in touch with your loyal customers. Done. Squarespace makes offering your services simple. Get started with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your website or domain.
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.